Hello everyone and welcome to day 3 of the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and once again I'm joined by the legendary Artur Jussupov. Artur, how are you on this sunny day?
Very good, very good. And we have exciting tournaments and also no castling tournament starts with full power. So I'm really pleased to watch it and to be able to comment the event.
Absolutely. Today, well, above our heads you can see for the first time the stage is fully occupied, which we are very happy to see. So in case you missed our broadcast the first 2 days, the 3 tables at the back are the Germany Grand Prix and the 2 tables at the front, the NC, the No Castling World Masters. But before we jump into the games, we're going to have a look first at the pairings from today's Grand Prix. So it is already round 3 and we actually, well, we'll have a look at the standings in a second. So let's first discuss the pairings. Deák, the top seed, will be white against Erwin Lamy, who yesterday became a new player in the Grand Prix after Kramnik sadly had to drop out. So Dimitri Kollars moved to the NC and Erwin to the Grand Prix. What do you expect from this game?
Not an easy task for Erwin because he lost the first game and Deák is very strong. He demonstrated it in first 2 rounds. He has 1.5 points, so in good position in the tournament. So very difficult game with black pieces for Erwin.
Absolutely. And then, well, in the second game we have Luke McShane against Rasmus Svane. Luke, who's off to a perfect start, 2 out of 2. Rasmus lost a tough game in the first round to Elianov yesterday. Made a solid draw, I would say, against Deák. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, Luke has a chance because his co-leader is not playing today, but that we will be talking about a little bit later. And with 5 pieces, very good possibilities for him to try to increase the lead. At least he probably wants to be leading after this round.
For sure. And actually I was talking to Luke last night and he told me that he played Rasmus last year in the Bundesliga and that Rasmus absolutely crushed him. But it was with different colors. Rasmus was playing white, so he's hoping to avoid a similar fate. And then finally we have Matthias Bluebaum, who's playing against David Navara. David Navara had a tough start. He's on 0 out of 2.
Yes, also Matthias needs to get some points. Yesterday he had a free day, was our guest. Very important game for both players.
For both players, indeed. So yeah, the reason we are saying Matthias was our guest is because every day there is one player who has a free day. Today that is the co-leader, Pavel Elianov, who will be joining us here in the studio in around an hour. So let's bring up now the standings after 2 rounds. So as we discussed, we see at the top 2 players with a perfect start, Pavel Elianov and Luke McShane. Both, as you can see, have 2 points out of 2 games played. They are followed closely by Bogdan Daniel Deák on 1.5 out of 2.
Yes, a very tough situation, and since Pavel is not playing today, so there's a good possibility for Luke or maybe also Bogdan Daniel to retake the lead.
The lead, yes. And then, well, behind we see Rasmus, he's on 1/2 out of 2. Erwin only played 1 game, same as Matthias Bluebaum. They both lost the 1 game they played. And the one with the toughest start was David Navara, 0 out of 2. Played a little bit too ambitiously yesterday against Luke McShane, so we will see how he gets on today. But before we come to that, we will now have a look at the NC World Masters pairings. And today, Artur, we're very excited because Vishy Anand.
Very special game, Michael Adams against Vishy Anand, and if you look at chess base, you will find a lot of games, and they played in different huge events in the final of FIDE World Championships and so on. So that's a game with a
A classic.
It's classic.
Yes.
That's a good expression.
And then, well, in the other game we have the two German grandmasters facing off. Daniel Friedman against Dimitri Kollars. I'm very curious to see that game because Dimitri only found out yesterday that he will be moving to the NC World Masters. I think when he was with us, he told us he doesn't have too much experience with no castling chess, so he only had a day to prepare, and we'll see what he has come up with. But that's for the pairings for today. Very quickly, we'll have a look at the standings from the NC World Masters. But for now, let's remind everyone, only one game has been played in this event. So not to pay too much attention to it, but Mickey Adams got off to a winning start yesterday.
It's a good start for Mickey, and also he plays white pieces today again. Yeah, so that's a very nice drawing for him. I'm also curious how Dmitry will come to the tournament, yeah, because he, like 2 days he is just watching the other people playing, and now I'm sure he is just
maybe he wasn't unhappy when he was with us 2 days ago. He told us he had been playing quite a lot before coming to Dortmund, so maybe he's not too unhappy about the rest. And there we can see all the players above our heads. And maybe we will start with our classic of the day, Mickey Adams.
Very good idea. This is a position at the moment, but let us start from the beginning. And we remind our viewers that this is no castling game. And one of the prediction of this no castling game that maybe English opening kind of a good choice. And indeed, Michael Adams tried it. He played e4 in the first game.
Yes, to our surprise.
Yes, and now switched to classical move, c4. So far, we still have only few games played with this no castling modus. Anand is an expert. He played the match against Vladimir Kramnik last year here, and he won it. So he knows, of course, what he is doing. And so far it looks very normal for English opening position, which known in the chess theory, and some little bit original move a3 at this moment. So Michael avoiding, let's say, home preparation of Vishy, yes. Or the other explanation, actually, that's what happened in the game. After knight c6, he played d4, so he avoids maybe some variations where black could play bishop b4. Let me just show it to our viewers how it could be. For example, d4, black take, knight takes, and maybe a bishop b4. So now with the prophylactical move a2, a3, there is no pin.
Especially since the king cannot castle, the pin would be even more annoying.
True. That could be the reason for such a cautious approach. So first to play a3 and only then try to open the position. Knight c6, d4, that's what happened. What I expect,
do you think
maybe
black will take?
Yes, black should probably take on d4, and now we have such an interesting situation. Please remember that we can't castle. That is actually difficult part for the players. They have to find the strategy what to do with the kings, and that's the main concern. We saw in the first round that both players were evacuating kings towards the king side, towards the rooks. So king f1 and king f8 was eventually played, and king was running to more safe position, going away from the center.
And indeed, we see on the camera that Vishy has just captured on d4.
And white took back, yes. But that was easy to predict, because otherwise white would push with d4, d5. That was not a good alternative. Maybe only alternative, if you can back one move, only reasonable alternative for black would be move d5.
To stop
to stop expansion. But somehow I guessed it correctly. Yes.
Well, you know Vishy well.
True, yes. I had the privilege to work with him for some years, and he's, of course, fantastic player and very nice person. But I also have a huge respect for Michael Adams and his chess abilities. Perhaps because Michael is such an original player in a way, perhaps this no castling game suits him. It's interesting to him.
So, and we have one more move. Vishy now played d5.
A logical move, of course, because black should do something about the center. Yes, it is interesting development. Interesting how white would react. Maybe he will simply take on d5. That is.
And then how does black recapture?
Also good question. Okay, let us try maybe to recapture with knight. And again, the main difficulties for everybody would be just to remember that we can't castle, because soon it will come a moment where the castle would be the best move, but it's not allowed in this form of chess.
Okay, so an interesting start to this game. Now we'll see how Mickey reacts to this d5 push, and maybe we can move on for a moment to check in with the other game from the NC World Masters, Daniel Friedman against Dmitry Kollars.
Well, this is much more positional, much more positional. Let us see how that happened. It reminds me my favorite opening, the Zuckertor opening, and let's put it everything back.
So d4.
D4. So started d5, and
so after 3 games, we already had d4, c4, e4, a bit of everything.
So it is already a huge contribution to opening theory of no castling chess, which actually people were trying to avoid, to have too much theory. Yeah. And here, exactly what is this Zuckertor opening that I was playing a lot myself, put bishop on d3, play b3, bishop b2, that's typical for Zuckertor. Daniel is doing this with b3 immediately. Again, the main problem would be actually where and how to castle, but so far it is just a symmetrical development. This is interesting. What we see, black is basically repeating white moves. Maybe he will continue to do this with bishop d6, but at some stage
it has to stop.
It has to stop, yes.
What do you expect? Do you expect bishop d6, or can the bishop maybe also go to e7?
Maybe he will repeat bishop d6, because that actually looks like a good move. Yeah, but of course the other possibility is more modest, and maybe then to run with the king somewhere to g7. But not an easy decision actually, because if we run with the king to g7, it stays on the same diagonal with bishop b2, so it's not really a safe position.
Could the bishop also go to g7? Could we play g6, bishop g7, and then...
Yes, that is of course possible construction. And in Zuckertor, sometimes in this case, white is playing bishop a3 to prevent castling, which is not necessary at all. The problem still remains how to evacuate the king. It's not only the task to bring the king in a secure position, but also to connect the rooks, which is a very important strategical element. So this is still open question. I think that's what Dmitry is thinking about. What is the plan? How can I manage to create a harmony in this position?
Yeah, he's spending a bit of time, and I think it's good that he's not rushing. I mean, it must be his first ever game of no castling chess, and Yeah, we will see. As Arthur was saying, until now, he's copied all of Friedman's moves. So we will see now, will he continue or will he deviate? So maybe we can come back here a little bit later.
Let's move to classical chess.
To classical chess. And maybe we start with Deák, the top seed.
Yes. We have very popular Moscow variation. Let us come back to see how it happened. Okay, we start at the beginning. So
our first Sicilian of the tournament.
True, yes. And it started with bishop b5, so I'm not exactly right, but it will transpose to Moscow variation after the move d6. So usually what you say, if black would play d6 and bishop b5, that is called Moscow variation. But of course here, if black plays knight c6, we will get the same position. A little bit different move order.
Same.
But it came to the same stuff. Now, black had a lot of reaction on this Rossolimo variation with bishop b5. So far, it's a reasonable reaction from Erwin, and actually he plays very quickly. Yes. So maybe his setup was slightly surprising. The move rook e1, we need to clarify why it is doing this. I think he had a retreat square for the bishop. So in case of black attacks, that's actually what happened also in the game a little bit later. Black attacks the bishop can go to f1, the whole way back. But in the meanwhile, white already developed the rook on e1, so this is a useful move. Very useful move for the future. Rook is on a good position, and bishop can wait on f1, protecting the king side. So it's a very good setup, and a6 is predictable because black prepared everything to ask white bishop. Yeah. He put the bishop on d7 to be able to take back with the bishop on c6 and to keep very good pawn structure. So what happened? Black played knight f6. Again, big choice for white, but c3 makes also a lot of sense, preparing the move d2, d4 in the center. And now Erwin played a6, bishop f1, and probably it was his next move what made Deák think about future plans. It was a move bishop g4, a little bit unexpected. Black already moved the bishop, but also white was moving bishop to b5 and back.
So bishop g4, pinning the knight on f3, which I guess makes playing d4 right now impossible. Impossible or very difficult at least, is because black can take or take on d4 first. And what should we do now? We can take back, and we should always consider now the move bishop takes f3. It's not the end of the world, but of course not everybody likes to have such a weak structure. Yes. So we see that instead Daniel has decided to react with h3, asking the bishop, what will you do next? Yes, to decide, yes. Take, which makes some sense also for black, not to waste more time. First of all, and since also white can't play d4 so easily, so then black can develop his pieces. Or to go to h5, that's an interesting choice, so to keep the pin, but then in some moment white may consider to be ready for g4. Yes. Consider the move g4. Erwin is thinking, I would be shocked if h3 is a surprise. I mean, he has been blitzing everything until now, and after bishop g4, I think for sure h3 is a move that he must have looked at.
Of course. But again, maybe they have some specific preparation for the game. Maybe he was studying games of Bogdan Daniel and was ready for maybe different course of action.
We also don't know, of course, or maybe you know if Bogdan usually plays open Sicilians, if this was maybe a little bit of a surprise. So we don't know, but what we do know, and Erwin has actually just made a move. I think he took on f3. Let's see.
So far, I don't see.
Yeah, I see it on the board.
On the board.
I see some black pieces there close to.
Yes, he took on f3, which actually makes a lot of sense, but it is a serious decision. And he had an alternative, so it's worth to think maybe a couple of minutes about it. Even if I'm sure that he is in preparation, but maybe he had also some ideas in other line. Who knows it?
As we mentioned yesterday, Erwin is a very well-prepared player. He worked most recently with Anish Giri, but also before that with Veselin Topalov and his team. So Erwin, a leading openings expert.
And of course, it was not accident that he got an invitation, because actually Erwin also very strong player, and a few years ago he won a super open tournament in Reykjavik. We remember it.
Yes, you were playing and I was commentating.
Yes. So he is still extremely powerful player, but actually
for him it's also a preparation for the Olympiad. So many of our players are traveling to Chennai just 1 week from now. So yes, for Erwin also a good preparation this tournament.
Yes, he plays rather quickly. Yes,
he knows. I think still what he is doing.
He definitely is still in his preparation. And his opponent walking around, and so no.
That's why we see the empty. Don't worry, there are some people playing there. There are no empty boards today.
Yes, a rare case that you don't see the players.
Yes. And so tell me, in this position after e6, how do you think White will continue his development?
Okay, that's a good question. One possibility is just to do it slowly, not to develop maybe the bishop, or to have the possibility to bring the knight in the game, knight d2, knight c4, for example. Opening the way for the bishop is not a bad idea. Then we also should find the place for the knight, maybe knight d2, knight c4, what I said, but maybe knight a3, knight c2, and knight e3. This is one possibility, actually. We can maybe also think about totally different course of actions, something like queen g3, some annoying move just to
stop black from
playing bishop to e7. Yes. So that is another possibility. I would think maybe d3 looks good. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back to this game in a bit, and maybe we can move on to the tournament leader, Luke McShane, who's playing with the white pieces against Rasmus Svane.
You can guess what happened. It was Spanish. Let us put it back and to see how the game developed. So typical Spanish opening, and actually I am very much impressed by Luke and his play in this tournament so far. And he had a very clever strategy in the first game. He knew exactly what he was doing. Yes. He got a little bit of advantage, but the main advantage was that he had a very clear concept, and that he played it till the end. It was a very nice, very quality game. And now he chooses a sideline. Yeah, he chooses the sideline. Only in this moment he took. At the first glance, this is a loss of a tempo. Yeah? But by playing like this, white avoids some possibilities. Mainly, he avoids the move f6. Let me show it. Let's come back to bishop b5, a6. So if white want to play exchange variation, he could of course take. And here, let's say, make castle, but then black have some options to protect the pawn with f6. So sometimes people are waiting for the move knight f6 and then take it. Alvor, of course, in the meanwhile, black is ready to defend almost against every move. So it's not a question of getting a big advantage from the opening. It's just a question of getting position, what you like to play. Exactly what he did in the first game. So let us see how the game develops here. He waited also for the bishop move, and now he takes.
What is interesting to me, okay, we still have a few moves until we get to the live position, but that Luke is the one actually who has been spending a lot more time here in the opening. So it goes d3, another natural move,
we see what happened actually. Yeah? So this is a clever way. Yeah? White waited for bishop e7, and only then he decided to go for this position. But it looks like it was not a shock for Rasmus. He plays quickly. And it is Luke who took more time in the opening. But makes a logical move, except to putting bishop on b2 to create a pressure on d4. That's reasonable.
And knight d7. Overprotecting the pawn on e5 and maybe also preparing to move that f-pawn, or what are the ideas? Opening the way?
Okay, black can then protect it even more with
if
f6
needed.
if needed, yes. So there is maybe no particular finesse here, I would say. Or maybe he could castle, I think. Yeah, he could castle. It would be most likely simply different move order.
Yeah, because now in the game Luke has played bishop b2, and so we expect castle and to come back.
Castle would be very natural way, but of course again you can maybe the idea of Rasmus would be to prepare a long castle and to have much more.
Which would be interesting for us.
Much more interesting position in this sense, and how to make long castle, because in this case white's construction with bishop on b2 prevents the pawn movements on the queen side. So it's not the most aggressive situation. So maybe this is a point we will see soon. We will see soon how Rasmus would be answering. Conventional short castle with solid position, or queen move. Either to e7 or maybe even to f6, and then followed by long castle.
And then some g5, h5.
And then much more aggressive play on the king side is possible. True.
I'm curious. I mean, Rasmus has started with half out of 2. As we saying every day, it's a short tournament. So it could be. I wouldn't be surprised if Rasmus is in a fighting mood and plays something more double-edged.
Yes, I'm sure he is in a fighting mood, but you should also play according to your style, and not only according to the tournament position, tournament situation. So it's actually best way to stick to your strengths and to try to play the positions what you like and the way you like.
Okay, so Rasmus is still thinking, as we can see on the camera, so maybe we have time to check in with the last game that we haven't seen yet, and that is Matthias Bluebaum against David Navara.
Very interesting position already.
Let's go back to the start.
Confess I have no big idea about this opening, but we will try to understand it together. Let us start from the beginning.
And so David is straying from his Grunfeld today.
Time to change, and again you would think that Navara should go much more aggressive, but he chooses very solid opening at the beginning. The Slav defense seems to be one of the most solid way to play. Queen c2, yes, it's a kind of popular move. I don't like it so much, but alternatives are the conventional moves like e3 or knight c3, and there is a lot of theory there. Queen c2 is less known, but of course there is also some theory. And now g6, that's actually a very attractive move in itself. The reason for this that black would have an opportunity to play bishop f5 and to attack the queen, and at the same time it also gives Navara an opportunity to move to his favorite openings, yes, to come back to Grunfeld defense, because now position would resemble Grunfeld defense.
So e3 makes a lot of sense, I guess, so that we can meet bishop f5 with bishop.
Bishop d3 perhaps, yes, as well, but also that bishop protects the pawn. Bishop g7 and knight c3. So we have a position actually also possible to get it from different move order, from Grunfeld move order, if black would play c6 at some stage, and white would choose calm variation with e3, you may get this position. How useful is the move queen c2? That's the question. Yeah? And in fact, in many cases, black can win a tempo for bishop f5, but also Navara has a different idea. Actually.
So Navara castle now, and Matthias played h3.
H3, that we need to try to understand. Yes. Maybe Matthias was worried about move bishop g4. This is only explanation for me. I'm a little bit skeptical about it. There were some other possibilities indeed. But okay, h3, maybe this is all this known theory, for example. And very interesting answer now from David. He changes the openings actually, or opening strategy. He said, okay, I wasted the time for the move c6. Actually, I wanted to play much more open game. Now I played c5. Looks like black is not following the rules by playing c5, but the move is positive because it attacks the center. Black is doing something for his center. And loss of time maybe not so critical because white spend it something like on h3. So very interesting concept. And now, of course, knight a6 is coming, developing the knight to the central position. We have a huge confrontation at the beginning. So all moves are very important now because black has to take it back at some stage, this pawn on c5. White took on d5, seems to be natural, also opening the possibilities for the bishop. Black took with a knight. So we have really standard idea for Grunfeld. to open the long diagonal to attack the pawn c5 back. So we see what is going on here. Knight takes d5, queen takes d5.
And now we're back in the live position where we see Matthias, I think, has just taken on a6. Yes.
That was his idea. That's why he was taking on d5, opening the diagonal. I haven't thought about alternatives. Maybe if we just come back for the second, because sometimes you don't need to take d5. You may take on c5, but that looks like a pawn sacrifice, so it's not easy to play.
Especially after he already had one bad experience yesterday with the pawn sacrifice.
Yes, so he looks for more solid continuation. He took on d5. And again, this is a kind of typical play for Greenfield defense. Maybe there is no other move actually, because otherwise Black would just take and you would have a great position. So there is no other move. Otherwise, Matthias would play differently. Yes. So bishop a6 makes sense, because at least he keeps. Now e4 came. Very interesting. He is keeping the pawn on c5. That's what he got. Yeah. E4 again. It's designed not to win a battle in the center, but to be able to play bishop a3 and to protect pawn on c5. A good move, actually. A good move. So.
And now David is thinking, where do you think the queen should move to?
Okay, then of course there is no immediate recipe. Yes, so he is doing absolutely right stuff to think about this position, because it is a kind of original situation. Okay, we can try maybe some different moves to see what is the difference. One move which looks interesting to me is queen e6 with idea bishop b7 and immediately attack the pawn on e4. Okay, let us just make some plausible moves. Now, if you play something like bishop b7, white can protect it with rook e1. Let's attack c5 to see what's going on, and white can develop his bishop. It's not so easy now to win it, to win the pawn. So it's okay.
It seems like more long-term.
Yes, but
once, I mean, it's a little bit reminiscent of yesterday, where he gave up a pawn, and it's not so clear why, and it feels like he has to be very careful.
Yes, he's very aggressive in this tournament. We will see if it is a good strategy. He actually chose the different square, which also understandable. Yes, also understandable, because he can attack the pawn on c5 maybe quicker. So let us see what happened. White can protect it with bishop. Let's say for the second bishop b7, then white can play knight d2. So that is an idea. Something crazy, yes, like a 5.
Okay, if he has aggressive intentions,
he can do it.
He can do it.
We are a little bit assisted by engine. We are not doing all moves by engine, but a 5 was our invention, so it was not suggestion of engine. But engine now calmly plays short castle, and we can ask why. And very often answer is tactical, because he has the move bishop d4. Very funny. And now check and taking bishop back. So if you analyze many positions with engine, you will notice this amazing tactical ability of computer. Coming backwards to position what is in the game, we tried bishop b7. I expect the move bishop a3. It looks very, very logical to me. But black can also try to attack the pawn on b2. Coordinating the efforts of bishop and rook, attacking the pawn. So this is actually a challenging variation which need to be investigated very carefully.
So my first question is there something wrong with with rook b1? I guess.
Little bit wrong in the sense that now we have overloaded the diagonal, but can black use it? This is another question. If black can do something.
Because one of my ideas was that I want to get out of the long diagonal
and to protect
and to see us at some point.
Now this is very sensible way to play it. Let us see what happens if something a5 prevents it. White castles. Now good question what to do. Let's say we attack.
I will defend.
92. Now rook d8. I have some idea, but unfortunately it is white to play, because otherwise I would play bishop a6 and bishop d3. But since it is white to play, white is consolidating the position with rook d1. Not easy to prove here full compensation. There is still a lovely game with two bishops, but pawn, of course, is a serious matter.
Yes.
We can go back, but Matthias is thinking exactly in this moment. It is, of course, before bishop a3. It's easier for us to suggest this move. He has to make it over the board, and maybe he has alternative as a matter of fact.
Very exciting game once again provided by David Navara, who even on 0 out of 2 is not shying away from, sacrificing another pawn and getting another exciting game. So we will come back to this one. I think we're going to go back once again to the NC World Masters. And wow, actually the game again is between Mickey and Vishy. A lot of pieces have come off the board already.
The positive thing for everybody, we should not worry now about not castling. It is away, and we have an ending, and we have a position slightly more pleasant for white, but objectively it should be draw.
Yes.
Already can we say that black solved the opening problems.
So let's go
back to see how it happened.
Yes.
We left the position after white, I think, took on d5, and black took on d4. That's already we are not considering, honestly, but looks like a reasonable move. White took with queen. Sometimes you can make an intermediate check in positions, but this is just a suggestion. I think that Adams was thinking long enough here to see what is the best version for him. Queen takes d4, knight takes d5. Very solid classical game, and now queens are going away. And the danger for the kings disappearing, yes. And both, of course, chooses the classical way to keep the kings in the center. The reason for this, that if after exchange maybe of a couple of rooks, for example, we may need king to be active, and the central position is useful, because then we can decide should we play on the king side or queen side, and king is a slow piece, and from center it can reach everything reasonably quickly. So we said about equal position, a little bit advantage for white because of the pawn structure. Black has this weakness on d5, but he can develop his pieces very freely. so there's no other problems.
Maybe for our viewers, bishop e3 might be a slightly mysterious move to develop the bishop to in front of the pawn, but we will see soon that the bishop on f1 didn't need to worry because it ended up going to g2.
He will come to the game. What Adams is doing with the move, he blocks this past isolated pawn. This d4 square is an excellent square for the bishop. Yeah, so it took him two moves to get there, but it's not a bad idea. Secondly, from e3, it's already put some pressure on the queen side. So we will see, I think he would also try to play g3, yes, in the game. Let me see if I'm right. Yes, he played
so first
also g3.
Putting the bishop on this lovely square you
D4.
mentioned, d4. And f6, well, the pawn on g7 was of course attacked, but also maybe at some point black will want to play bishop e5, maybe?
Yes, f6 is not a problem, yes, for black. And alternative castling would be worse, yeah, in my opinion, would be worse, yeah, because...
If it was legal.
If it was legal, yes. Yes, it would be worse and illegal. Okay, fortunately, there were no alternatives, yes.
Exactly.
F6
so
was
f6.
G3, bishop e6, bishop g2. Classical game from Adams, but as I said, this is only one weakness. Yeah, only one weakness. For this, black has kind of easy development, and the next move is also good. Anand, king e7, developing the king. White can't castle. Now I learned something too.
So the king comes to the center.
But even if he could castle, it would be better maybe to keep the king in the center. And black made a choice here, an interesting and good choice, I guess. He played b6. Alternative could be immediately to start doing something against this bishop. Yeah, bishop e5 seems to be a good move. But b6 is a solid continuation.
So this position, I think, as you're saying, very close to equality.
Yes.
Maybe black even already equalized, so something very close. What can white try? Do we want to try and take the c file?
We will be challenged immediately by rook c8, and it will only lead to exchanges. The problem that generally we need the second weakness here, because we can't win only because of the pawn on d5. Black is able to defend it very easily. And how to organize this second weakness, it is a big question.
Yes.
Yeah? One thing what I have one idea, but I would probably still start with rook c1. Let's say black is doing the same. My idea was somehow to try to play a4 and then maybe a5. It's not a big deal because black can always attack the bishop with bishop e5.
I have to say my prediction for this game is that it will not be such a long game. Or what do you think?
Who knows? Yeah. but it would be probably still draw.
Yes. Okay, we will see. So this endgame here looks pretty even. So we will come back here a bit later and we will move on to the other game in the NC Masters, Friedman against Kollars.
As a matter of fact, in a Grandmaster tournament, they can't offer draws. Can they do it in no-castling chess? Maybe not.
I guess not, no.
Maybe not.
I think not.
Yes, so then it may be a long game.
Well, maybe, we will see. So let's see what happened. We left it when we were wondering, will Dmitry continue copying after bishop d3?
Yes, I'm trying to understand really what happened. I think we need to to see the position where it started, because Dmitry came with much more aggressive move, knight to e4.
No more copying.
No more copy moves, yes. Again, the move is definitely understandable. If possible, white would love to play knight e5, so why not to try to take initiative? Daniel answered with the move c4 here. Okay.
And now bishop d6.
Now bishop d6. So black only just demonstrated that he can get also some initiative himself. White played queen c2, increasing the pressure against e4. Black had the choice to play f5.
I was wondering about that.
Yes. And knight f6. So, okay, we stick to knight f6, at the moment more solid move. White took on d5. Pawn took on d5. And now check. So that was the drawbacks of play. Usually it would be, of course, a huge achievement for white to force opponent to move the king and to no more castling, but it was not allowed anyway, so the profit is not that big.
Yes.
Not that big.
And now Daniel decided to take on e4.
Okay, we should see what he was going to do after probably retake, with knight. So what is the idea of Daniel? Play bishop c6, for example, one of the idea, or to play knight e5.
e5 and copy black
Copy black strategy, yes.
So let's have a look at bishop c6.
Yes, black can also give a check. Now no castling.
I guess I will also go to f1.
White eagerly goes to f1 and retreats his king.
And now the question is, as black, how do we deal with this bishop on c6? Do we want to take it?
Probably, because I actually don't have another idea.
Yeah.
Check is not so productive how it goes away.
So let's see, takes,
Queen takes c6. Maybe good idea for black would be to play h5 with idea rook h6.
That's very nice.
To solve this blockaded problem. Conventionally, white should be a little bit better here, but black has some ideas at his turn.
Yeah, I like this h5 idea a lot, I have to say.
Some aggressive move, just trying to do something on king side. At the same time, there is little bit of too much. The bishop is loose on b4, is not doing much.
Yeah.
So, if possible, but that means that bishop c6 seems to be serious option for white. So that's what maybe Daniel is thinking about. Because alternative would be also to copy Dmitry's play and to start moving king at the safe position, especially because we may have a shortcut g3, king g2, but okay.
Okay, an interesting game here between the two players. I think we will come back in a little bit, and we will go back to the Grand Prix meanwhile. So in the Grand Prix, you know what we are going to do, Artur? I think because I see that Mr. Pavel Elianov is already in the room, I think we're going to go to a short break now. And then
to check
the games with Pavel. So we will be back in around 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
I wish you all good luck and the games can be started.
Press back from.
Welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. As you can see, it's not just the two of us anymore. We have been joined by Grandmaster Kollars.
Und es ist einfach auch gut für Dortmund und auch für das Turnier, dass wir so internationales Publikum bekommen. Also die Westfalenhallen sind eine Top-Location und es ist richtig angemessen für diese hohe Qualität auch des Turniers. Es sind tolle Partien, die hier laufen.
Ich denke, dass das eine wichtige traditionelle Veranstaltung ist, die ja schon seit fast 50 Jahren hier in Dortmund stattfindet und das finde ich wichtig für die Stadt. Das macht alles einen insgesamt sehr professionellen Eindruck und die Spieler und Spielerinnen, habe ich ja auch gesehen, hoffe ich, dass sie sich hier wohlfühlen in der Halle.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. And we're delighted to be joined by one of our tournament leaders, Grandmaster Pavel Elianov from Ukraine. Pavel, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
So I think there's only one place to start, and that's to ask you about your start to the tournament. Perfect 2 out of 2. How are you feeling so far, and what are your thoughts on the 2 games you played?
Of course, I'm actually happy, and I didn't expect I'll start that good, because in general now I'm almost full-time coach, because it's actually my only tournament this year. I only played before, I think I played only 4 games before in 2 leagues, Czech and German leagues. And I'm not, at the moment, I'm not expecting I'll play more, although, I mean, not sure, maybe not, maybe I'll play some games,
You
but
never know, yes.
unlikely it will be some tournament, like serious tournament. So yeah, indeed, I didn't, actually it was even, maybe it was nearly only tournament I didn't even prepare at all before, because I didn't have time, simply. I was working, and I'm coaching different players. And then I had some time to rest, and actually I was happy to have some time to rest at
Also
least.
for the rest day today?
Yeah. So in general, that's why I didn't expect, I didn't have any expectations, and actually I'm quite happy to be in the lead. although also, I didn't expect that I'm not in the sole leader in such a solid, tough field, because actually, tournament it's quite. In the moment, all games are quite fighting. I think we have only 1 draw, I guess. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, it's quite fascinating, and. And actually, another leader, Luke McShane, he is in an even better position, I guess, now.
Well, maybe we can start there, actually. We can start with Luke's game.
With Luke.
Yeah, I think I wanted to say that maybe he's in even a better position, because he beat European Championship Matthias Bluebaum. Also, he beat David Navara. Actually, I was considering them like maybe favorites. I'm not sure who are the top favorites, but in general, of course, Matthias and David among them. So, he plays. At the moment, I think he is playing very well also.
Pavel, what do you think about his position now?
At first I thought it was Berlin, but then I checked notation. I mean, this is of course this is absolutely typical Ruy-Lopez structure. I mean, it can happen. It can happen in Berlin. First of all, also it can happen in some exchange Ruy-Lopez. But in general, it's considered to be good as far for black. As far as I understand this position, I have some experience, of course, mainly with black. So in general, this structure, this castle long, considered to be good. Not always, of course, but the problem is it's not easy at all for white to expand in the queen side.
Maybe we can just go back a few moves to where we left it off before the break.
I think somewhere here we left it, and Rasmus was thinking about where to castle, and he made the correct choice,
Yeah, I guess it's absolutely correct. I mean, of course, maybe castle short also absolutely possible, but then in general, this structure, I mean, it's all very solid in any case, but first of all, if you castle long, of course, it's more attractive, more interesting play. And second of all, in general, Still, it's if you make the most obvious choice, castle short, then white has some plan to push f4 at some point, to prepare and push f4. Of course, it's not easy at all to prepare and so on. But in general, yeah.
So somehow to try to push f4 and activate the bishop.
In general, normally in this position, which is about equal, of course, but white has a very decent score because it's in general easier to play with white.
Queen e7 takes white on
queen
different
e7.
territory.
This is what I would choose for sure as well, because this is what black is normally doing in Berlin. Also, it's not Berlin, but in fact it's like maybe even better version, because black has a6 extra move, because white played bishop a4 first, and then only after some moves white took on c6. Okay, it's like.
And still maybe queen e7 also still hiding, it's still keeping both options.
Yeah, but in general, of course, you can't hide for long, but I think it's just good for black. No?
Yes, d4 too optimistic, or
d4 it's normally, of course, another principal way how to get some better pawn structure, but in general I'm not sure is it really better structure indeed after f6, and then black has more pawns on the queen side, and it means that the black king has a better shelter also. So it's not easy at all, as I said, to get some attack for white. So now in my opinion, it's easier now with black.
Nothing special happened here. Queen e2, long castle, and the next move was a kind of central move.
Rook e1, yeah.
Rook e1.
Okay, now time to push h5 and g5, I guess.
It starts to be interesting.
This is absolutely typical in Berlin, yeah. You developed and then you're just ready.
And what should white do? How does white counter this kingside attack?
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure what is the point actually in rook e1. What he is exactly preparing by this move.
Maybe knight f1. Let's check it.
Yeah, but then okay, g5 and then.
Black is running. Okay.
c4, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, g4, let's say, yeah.
Now we have big struggle, yes?
It looks like already better for black to me, but I mean, now I see the evaluation. It's still not that
It's
easy.
not so clear yet, but...
I mean, yeah, I don't know, is it good engine or not, but looks good for black anyway, yeah.
By the way, I just want to say that one game has already ended. We can see on the bottom left corner of the stage that the game between Mickey Adams and Vishy Anand in the NC World Masters has ended in a draw. We saw that not so long ago. This time I got my prediction right. The last time we saw the position, it was very equal, so we can see later how it ended. But that game has finished in a draw.
There was nothing special in the game, so we will show it, of course. So maybe we move quickly, because this is very complicated still, yes, Pavel, but you are right. You rarely will get a chance with black to attack the opponent. So,
sure, yeah.
So he should be happy.
But in Berlin, it's not such a rare case nowadays. I can recollect, for example, I can recollect Caruana played, I guess he played against Duda in candidates. I think it was the same structure. And he was okay, but I mean, think they made a draw. It's like,
Just before we move on from this game, let me ask you a question about your own game against Rasmus from the first round. You were pressing, you were close to winning, and then suddenly he got this chance to take the pawn on a3. And actually, Rasmus told me yesterday that after the game, you told him, I mean, you had seen that he could take the pawn. So what was going through your mind at that moment, and also what are your general thoughts about that game?
okay, I think the critical, I didn't analyze in detail actually, but I think the critical moment was on the move 41, and I had a wide choice, like I could move my rook along f file in any square, and there are some certain difference, and I spent maybe like 20 minutes, like two-thirds of my time in choosing where exactly, and finally I decided to move on a3. Maybe it was an accuracy, although it was not that easy to understood. Actually, it was my first intention to play just rook e3, and then I was unhappy why I spent so much time, because the position was, I mean, there are some slight difference everywhere where to put on the f file, and then I didn't see exactly what's wrong with rook e3, and then after we achieved that position, I realized that indeed he could take on a3. I mean, and then I have two options to move to h4 and to f4, and beforehand I thought both options are possible, but then I realized that after king h4, then he has queen f3, the move he missed his calculations, and then indeed it's indeed a draw, quite spectacular, like study-like draw, because he always ready to suck the rook, and then he has a perpetual everywhere. And and I wanted to play queen f4, which is like still the best way to fight, and then I'm slightly better, but I think it could be just a draw after queen f4, and I was of course lucky a little bit that he decided to keep the pawn alive.
Very nice. And then yesterday, I mean, it just looked like a very nice game, right?
Yeah, yesterday I think it was a good game. I checked briefly, but I'm not sure I made any serious inaccuracy. Maybe not really. But also I was lucky that it was not his best day.
Well, you're being a bit modest, but let's move on. Where do you want to go? To Bluebaum and Navara?
Let's see Navara first. Navara and Bluebaum, yes, because it was a very interesting position, and I think we left it after. Before short castle, we left it. We thought maybe bishop e3 already to be able to cover the pawn with knight d2 is slightly more accurate, but probably both moves are possible. We will have a similar position now after rook b8 and rook b1. Fiona was favoring this way to cover b2 pawn. And so Navara played now rook b4. So it tries to be very aggressive. Rook e1, bishop b7 makes sense, this concept, and white provokingly played bishop d2, which we need to understand what is going on, Probably just take a pawn. He wants to force us to take a pawn. I don't know if you see something else here. Yeah. Okay, you don't want to play knight d2, I guess, in a practical game.
Yeah, but what about indeed bishop g5?
Bishop g5 looks like an alternative.
At tempo, what's wrong with bishop g5? I mean, because like bishop d2, it's not like...
It's very strange, bishop d2.
Yeah. It's not that what you will have in mind, Not obvious at all why.
That indeed it looked the most obvious. Yeah, develop it. Everything.
Just develop a tempo. Yeah. Okay, queen e6, and then okay.
A2 is handing. Yes.
Then maybe b3. Yeah, b3 looks very natural.
B3. Okay, now let us see what do we have here.
Yeah, I think. Okay, it's kind of. Yeah, it's kind of maybe slightly better, but I mean.
Still not so
Black
easy.
is looking more or less okay. I mean.
Meanwhile, in the game, they suddenly played a lot of quick moves, and the pieces have come off the board. So
there is some forced line, of course, after bishop d2. So we took, yes. And just let me see what happened.
Change everything. Probably.
Rook e4, queen e4, everything changed, and rook e1. That was planned.
So now after rook e1.
Okay, I don't know, whether bishop d5 or bishop takes f3. Bishop d5, probably he has to take on e7. And then, okay, I mean, like for human game, it looks like a drawish. I mean, maybe for engine. Okay, for engine it's also quite drawish.
Yes, because of the opposite colored bishops, potentially, yeah.
Potentially, maybe some extra pawn just doesn't matter in this case. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Okay,
I think I would prefer to keep bishops.
And just to play bishop d5.
Also, bishop f3 should be draw, I guess.
That's
also almost surely, but yeah, still.
You feel a bit safer by keeping.
Still, I like bishops. Yeah, I would prefer to keep bishop.
You had these beautiful bishops yesterday, as the ducks, both bishops attacking both rooks.
Yes.
Rarely see something like this. Yeah.
Yes. I was keeping for some time. Yeah.
It was very funny. Just it looked like two bishops are stronger than two rooks. So here we think maybe it's. Should be draw with reasonable moves. Keeping bishops is definitely not a bad idea, because in such cases bishops are good and there is a lot of drawing.
Yeah,
chances.
normally in some martial, black is suffering a little bit more even sometimes without pawn, but I mean it should be anyway draw, because normally any exchanges, let's say if I'll exchange dark squared bishop for knight, it will be a dead draw almost everywhere. So,
yes.
So it means that white is limited in possibilities how to achieve something.
So bishop d2 is a move, safe move, but not the most interesting in the position.
Sure, yeah. Maybe not easy anyway, but probably should be a bit better anyway for white somehow.
Okay, so this one, I think, very good chance that we'll see a peaceful result, and that leaves us with Deak against Lamy that we haven't checked yet. So I think on our screen we'll go back to where.
Yes, we've thought about the move d3. It actually was one of our favorites. So it was played in the game. Black played bishop e7, understandably. Knight d2, short castle. We were not thinking about plan at this moment. It's not easy, but
looks like a theory. Yeah, still. Somehow they spend so much time.
Yeah, that's interesting. G3, putting the bishop to G2, okay, it makes sense, because if not D4, then we want to put bishop somewhere to work.
Normal plan, you can move the queen and then knight f3, normally.
B5, Erwin starts. the plan which is typical for closed Sicilian, to attack the queen side. Interesting move of Diak, yes, just queen d1, I wouldn't think about it, maybe, but maybe why not, maybe he wants to protect the pawns in some future struggle b4, so Erwin stays positive, active. Knight f3 was played. The other squares, of course, you can also put it to c4, whatever. Knight f3. What is the plan? Not clear. Maybe he still wants to go to d4. And Erwin played queen a5. In a way, still typical for closed Sicilian.
Yes, yes. So nothing really happened yet. I mean, nothing drastic, I guess.
So what are the plans here? Maybe we can talk in this position a little bit about the plans for both sides. What should white do? What should black aim to do?
Okay, I guess d4 more or less only plan for white. And okay, queen a5. The question what he is going to do after bishop d2, and probably he has to take at some point, maybe immediately. And then the question why he decided to move on a5 his queen, because this opposition looks like rather in white's favor, although maybe he will move to
maybe he move it to
or,
b6
or
and said provoking bishop d2 prevents d4.
Sure, yeah, or maybe I thought maybe he take and then he will move to a3 at some point.
You can of course also examine this option.
What side would you rather be playing in these structures?
Yeah, I can actually, I can recollect, I can share, it's not such a big secret at the moment because it was a long time ago, more than 10 years ago already. I was working with Boris Gelfand during World Championship match against Vishy Anand in Moscow. And this is the first actually tournament when he started to play Sveshnikov. He prepared Sveshnikov very seriously, I mean Boris, for the match, and of course we deeply analyzed Rasalima, and we analyzed it more or less everything, all directions, and our conclusion was that d6 is clearly the worst option. I mean, like, conclusion was you just cannot play this.
Really?
Because white is just better everywhere, whatever you're doing. I mean, it looks funny, but in general it makes some sense. Although I analyzed it more recently, I don't know, a few months ago, it was not, of course, it was not that easy as we thought. And yeah, I mean, white has, of course, white has a lot of options how to fight for an advantage, but yeah, I mean, probably I would anyway prefer g6 to d6, but I mean, d6 it's not that bad, of course, not that bad as we thought.
So you would take white?
I would take white, but what I wanted to say in general, this structure, it's not certain for me. As I said before, I like bishops, but the shape is quite closed. The shape of position is closed, and then I am not sure what white is aiming for exactly, because d4 it's not that easy to play in the good version, because then maybe takes d5 always, and then black has some counterplay. So here I'm not sure. Yeah, in general, position is quite balanced, and it's not that easy for white to take advantage out of two bishop advantage. So Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Actually, he played Queen B6 already, Erwin. Yeah? So it makes perfect sense. In the sense, D4 is now difficult to prepare.
Yeah, it's anyway. I would say it's anyway like more flexible for white. Okay, I can play whatever. Bishop F4 maybe. Although I'm not sure why I wouldn't go there. Maybe
because of some possibility to.
Yeah, so
Bishop E3.
I would play. Yeah, probably I would rather play that and then maybe knight d2 then next.
Okay, trying to.
Then yeah, maybe then f4 maybe at some point and can expand then g4. So
as a matter of fact, we liked your plan in the first game, like f5 and knight h2. Fiona was in favor of f5, but I was convinced when I saw knight h2 and knight g4.
Yeah, but it was nice. Good only this connection of knight h2 because then otherwise it's not that easy for white to attack.
Just before we move on from this game, you talked about being a second for girlfriend in that match against Vishy. Can you tell us a little bit more about that experience? What was it like?
Okay, we were working actually with Boris for like many years, at least 6 years in a row. It was actually the end of our regular work as a second. Like I was working like a second in 2 full cycles. First we started before cycle which is ended in 2007 in Mexico when Boris took the second place with Vladimir Kramnik in the tournament, in the World Championship tournament. I guess it was only 2 tournaments in the modern history in St. Louis and in Mexico, if I'm not wrong. And next cycle he started with a victory in World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk, and then he also won Kazan Candidates tournament, and so it was fantastic years together with Boris. And in Moscow, I think he was also prevailing. In many occasions, he was in the lead in the classical, but only for 1 game. And he was looking better on the tiebreak also, I guess, more or less in every game. And yeah, unfortunately he lost. But yeah, of course, anyway, for all of us, for Boris, first of all, it was, of course, unforgettable experience. And yeah, pity that Boris didn't achieve his dream. And but yeah, anyway, he belongs to the best, to the history of chess, to the best players of all time. And yeah, we analyzed indeed Rosalima a lot, and he played also Rosalima. I don't remember how many times, maybe 3 times or maybe 4 times altogether. We dropped it, and it was E6 Rosalima, not G6. I did G6, and I think G6 considered to be like the main line nowadays.
But all in all, fond memories.
Yeah.
Of the time spent working with Boris. Arthur, sorry, you were saying?
Should we check the Adams Anand, how it was?
Yeah, let's
just to show
see how it finished.
To show it to our viewers. We left it at this moment very close to equality, or to full equality. And Rook HC1 was still predicted. Now Anand played different rook, okay. Exchanging everything, so it was not much. After exchanging of the rooks, the game is basically over, yes, because you can't do much. And it is symmetrical position, not much to be done.
Not much to say.
Yes.
But another game looks interesting.
Much more interesting indeed. So here they started to repeat the moves, and in this case, arbiter can allow the players to make a draw.
So yeah, let's move to this other game you're talking about, Friedman against Kollars. And we can also go back to where we left off.
Yes, we had.
A lot has happened.
Yes, we had
But
this.
it's
I
funny,
think.
It's funny. Your engine shows anyway, castle. Yeah.
No, but we did not manipulate it,
Yeah.
so we can probably switch it off in this case
completely,
because it is just
Makes no
misleading.
sense,
Yes. Because white still can castle, and that's the best move. We thought about this plan: bishop c6, and it was indeed played by Daniel. Queen c8. That's what we did not predict, but
at
it's
the moment
okay.
it looks like normal Queen's Indian.
True.
But
true. Now,
The only difference, white can't castle. Yeah.
we thought about alternative bishop before to prevent white from castling, but it is not. In this game, it doesn't make so much sense.
Maybe just
Here goes.
waste of time. Yeah.
Yes.
And maybe
Yes.
serious waste of time. Yeah.
So that's what probably Dmitry came to the same conclusion. He played queen c8, a3. Why is a very good question.
Such a big threat. Yeah.
Okay,
just
maybe
to
he
expand,
wants
yeah.
to have b4. Yes, that's
To expand, yeah, but maybe anyway it's a little bit slow, you know. Who knows?
f6.
But for me, it's actually a big mystery still. I mean, this kind of chess.
Have you ever played no castling chess?
No. It's a big mystery. What strategy you have to choose in general? Yeah.
I would say you have to solve at some stage the problem of the king anyway, but white is ignoring it completely so far. Yeah.
Because it looks like a normal position for black. I mean, as I said, because now it's clear that kings are relatively safe for black, and then for white, the question is where to hide it.
Yes, f6 has of course sense to have a f7 square for the king and to finish the development. But where to hide the white king? Yeah? And to move knight h4, I am struggling. He wants to play knight f5 at some stage.
Yeah, it's also mysterious. Why not before? If he probably wanted to play before.
Yes,
Maybe
and king f7, let's say, yes? Or, okay, why not?
Rook c1 or then,
Rook c1, some positional chess. Yeah?
then yeah, maybe queen b3 anyway, not such a big deal. Okay, black is doing fine anyway. Okay, I can.
Could you imagine if instead of Dmitry, if it was you who, after the first day, got invited to the no castling?
Yeah.
Do you think you would be able to adapt so quickly?
Yeah, I have no idea. Still, I would prefer classical chess.
Okay, it was a different approach for some reasons, we don't know it. Yes, white played knight h4. Okay, there is a concrete idea, knight f5, obviously. Yeah? So I don't know how he wanted to do it. King f7, for example, what he wanted to take first.
Yeah, not so clear. Maybe anyway f3 or
Yes. Or f3, yeah?
don't know.
And to be able to put the king in f2 after this, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe that is an idea.
Yeah,
yes?
that's how he wanted to.
And then to have finishing development with king.
Yeah, but
f2.
black is fine. Of course, the knight on h4 quite misplaced.
Very true. But black decided immediately to show it, yeah, and maybe to put king in
That's why not also
safer
possible.
position. Why not? Now we have explanation, perfect explanation, because indeed white played f3. White played f3, black played knight g5, king f2, so that was a plan of...
So now suddenly, finally we have more or less classical position, and then it's clear that knight is suffering very much on h4.
And we can even get a support of an engine in case, but we already made an
On the other hand,
assessment.
knight on g5 doing fine, in my opinion, because I'm defending some important squares, c4 first of all, and then it's not so clear at all what actually white is going to do.
And what is this knight is doing? Yes, it's a total mystery.
Yeah, because
Knight h4,
normally you have this position. Let's say you have knight on d3. Let's say, of course, it's not quite typical with kings on g7 and f2, but yeah. If you would imagine knight on d3, it would be like maybe about equal, but here I would definitely say that black is better, I guess.
Dmitry, for his first game of no castling, it looks like he's handling it very well.
But I think for Daniel, it's like maybe second game also in his life.
But at least he had a little bit more. He knew for a while that he was going to be playing in this tournament.
So he has twice more experience with this type of chess. Look, something happened. White simply took on b7. It's not, let's say, not very creative. Black took it back.
Okay, and another small concession, although maybe it's like obvious, yeah.
Maybe he wants to use this rook. Could it be some explanation? I don't know why actually, but okay.
Yeah, in general, black is very comfortable. Black can do whatever they want. Like double E, probably the most obvious.
Something like this, yes.
True.
I don't see too many good pieces for white. Only the c6 square, which is not of that vital importance at the moment.
Maybe we can leave this one for now, and I want to quickly go back to McShane against Svane, because I'm very curious. I just saw that the black rook went away from h8, and I thought it was positioned perfectly there for the king side assault. So what happened here?
Yes, we went away at this moment after move rook e1, and Pavel was expecting attack on the king side, which seems to be a right way to play it, but Rasmus just sticks to very classical central approach.
Yeah, but I guess black is doing okay anyway. King b8, I would guess maybe he is going to.
So
play.
now after c3, in the current position.
I would guess, more or less everywhere it should be. It should be like human choice. And probably this way he is preparing just in case for some central actions.
So let's see. So after c3, you're saying.
What about c3? C3 is unconventional.
I don't understand also. Because then what? What is white's plan? Before it's very unlikely good approach next. Let's say, okay, I'm too, let's say, too old to calculate anything.
Okay, probably knight c4. Yes. Probably.
Okay, then take, and this structure, if white take on c4 with the pawn, is good for black, obviously, because c5, and then bishop is very dump on b2, and c4 is quite serious weakness also. So obviously queen takes, and then then obviously this position is also good for black, because Yeah, even g5 according to
starting to do something on the king
because
side.
now bishop is really horrible on b2. I mean, now black's bishop is, I mean, white's bishop is out of play, and then.
So far it is not really not so clear if Luke would go into the lead here, because he doesn't look like he had the position fully under control.
It's really mysterious. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, he wants to keep the center, he wants to take, but bishop now.
But he is quite passive, very passive.
Okay, so this one you think just out of the opening things went really well for Rasmus.
And I think also he now almost provoking some action on the king side, because black would say, okay, if opponent is not doing anything, we can simply also push pawns on the king side.
Yeah.
Pavel, just before, I think we will look one more time at Deak's game before we let you go. But before we go there, let me just ask you, you are currently the defending champion here in Dortmund. So what are your memories? Last year it was very different with no public, no opens. So what are your memories of last year, and how is it to be back?
Yeah, actually the memory was fantastic because I was really hungry to play chess. It was my first tournament from, during COVID. I think I played only one serious tournament, as far as I remember. It was like previous life already. So many events happened since then, and I think I played before Dortmund. I played in the end of 2020, and Dortmund was like more than half a year. Maybe it was first tournament last year, and I was really happy. And actually, it was my record from Dortmund. I started my record game streak, classical game. I think I played 25 or 26 games in 23 days in 3 different countries. It never happened to me before.
What did you play after Dortmund?
I played. Then the day after, I was already playing in Portugal League, and then after I played Bill Open.
Yes. Very busy.
So I was really happy to play some chess, and of course I was really happy to win. And actually, I was also in situation to win on demand, and I managed to beat Rustam Kasemjanov, and I was really happy to take the title in such a famous tournament with great traditions. In general, I also enjoyed very much, and also enjoying now to be here.
And how is it now to have so many people back in the Opens and all the other tournaments?
Yeah, it's great. I like, in general, I like very much this kind of tournaments in general. And that's why I like Vikensee very much, for instance. I mean, I was talking many times that probably Vikensee my favorite tournament, at least one of my favorite tournaments. I was always happy to visit Vik, and I like the atmosphere very much. This perfect mix of different level players and different tournaments. Yeah, I like this, let's say, chess festival. Events,
yes. Yeah, well, it's fantastic. We have, I think, over 500 players this year. You guys, of course, one of the main attractions. We'll let you go very soon. Maybe one last look at this game between Deak and Lamy.
Yes, there was only 2 moves played, actually. The first move of Deak, we need to comment, perhaps, Queen A4, just prophylactical move, just blockading the pawns, and maybe A5, A4. It's interesting,
Yeah, but then why A5? Maybe no need to play A5. just
that is true. Yeah.
rook b8 maybe immediately.
Rook f-b8, for example, yes, just to keep an option maybe to at some moment still to go queen b5.
Okay, I guess there is nothing wrong with a5, but maybe there is no need to play
to do it. Yeah.
because then after a5, now light squares are weak a little bit. It's not that clear how to get used, but yeah, still I would prefer to transfer my knight, bishop somewhere, and then knight d2 would be my choice, I guess.
So also what we have from Erwin, it is slightly strange move, in a sense that white he puts all pawns on the dark squares with this bishop on e7. It's a little bit against rule of Capablanca. And I have too much respect for Capablanca to argue with him. So I mean, just bishop goes away and we try maybe knight d2, whatever. Because if he plays e5, we would be happy to provoke it.
Yeah, then maybe I have a plan to transfer my knight from f6 to b6.
So that is his idea, yeah? Edwin wants, let's say, knight d7. Yeah,
It looks like queen is misplaced anyway on b6. I'm not sure what.
Okay.
Okay, maybe
So-
white is slightly better because, yeah, I mean, in general.
We already also mentioned that maybe bishop e3 makes more sense, but
d5.
d5, yeah. Here gives a chance to play d5, yeah? Okay. To do right thing, yeah? To put pawns in the right squares. So bishop f4. Now I would
d5
guess
also possible, but then
white is
okay.
better in this case
because,
to
I
stay
have
on
more
f4.
control on the center. The bishop on f4. I guess there is nothing wrong with d5, but then you can play slowly.
Just trying to create.
Okay, it's more promising for white, but I mean nothing special. But the problem is, I mean more or less any pawn structure transformation are in white favor. So that's why maybe not easy for black to play.
Deak actually is the top seed in the tournament, but he is also the youngest player. Do you know much about him? Have you played him before?
No, never. Actually, I played. I can say I played some in internet games, and my conclusion was actually, if you want to improve, you have to analyze all Jack games, even in chess.com, because he always playing principal lines. I mean, you know some idea I learned. Some idea from candidates I learned like maybe a few years ago from Jack's friendly game and chess.
Really?
It was the game Naka beat Rajabov very easily in Berlin with this actually harmless idea with queen h5. What I knew already like a few years ago, I knew that black has to play d5, and but Raja spent like, I don't know, maybe half an hour, and he played something else, and
He didn't look at the
it was just one-sided game. He was just outplayed completely. And that's why you have to analyze Jack's game. Yeah? Even chess.com makes sense.
This is some pro advice right here. For everyone watching who's looking to improve your chess, if you're serious about it, this is what you have to do.
If you want to build a chess repertoire, go to internet and follow the X games. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, it looks like, as you're saying, he has a slightly more pleasant. Pavel, before we let you go, one final question. Every time after the first guest appearance, I ask the guests to make some predictions for the games that are still going on. So let's start with the game between Kollars and, Friedman and Kollars. What is your prediction there?
Okay, the prediction, so I have to check time management, and Yeah, I think it's not totally clear yet. I guess I would bet it will be draw because, yeah, black is definitely slightly better, but yeah, it's still open absolutely. I mean, you have to prove it. You have to improve your position slowly. Okay, I would guess should be draw.
And then next, the game we just came from, Dirk against Lemmy.
Yeah, here, yeah, you know, I think it would be interesting. I think my feeling maybe just an opposite. Although position is solid, but I feel that it will be more complicated before time troubles. They're also spending a lot of times, and I think it will be decisive result. But who knows? Yeah.
You have to pick one side.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, probably good time to be more original. Let's pick Erwin.
Erwin.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a good one.
Yeah.
Next up, McShane against Svane.
Yeah, here I would definitely take Svane because I simply like position. Although, of course, all results, all three results are possible. Everything are open.
And finally, the last one. I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, obviously it should be draw. Yeah, and yeah, did we discuss this or I don't remember?
Not rook c8, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
bishop f4.
There was a slightly different moves. Yes, bishop f4 was played.
Bishop was on d2. We discussed.
Rook takes a7, but very briefly.
Yeah, so
Bishop f4.
I think there are no much difference. Whatever. Yeah.
It is also some possibility to enter maybe some rook endings after losing c5.
Yeah, I think it's already almost the draw, so it's obvious. My prediction here is obvious.
Okay, so we get from you 2 black win predictions, one from Erwin and one from Rasmus Svane. Pavel, thank you so much for joining us. We look forward already to having you back in a little bit over 1 hour. We will also take a break. During the break, we will show you the video of Mickey's win yesterday from the NC World Masters. So enjoy that, and we will see you on the other side of it.
Today we saw the first game of our NC World Masters of the Sparkassen Chess Trophy 2022, and our opening game was Michael Adams against Daniel Friedman here in Dortmund, and I'm here with Michael Adams. Congratulations on your first game, Michael.
Thank you, yeah.
Nice win against Daniel Friedman. We are especially curious about the opening in no castling chess, so what were your thoughts when you played this first e4 and Spanish game?
Well, I saw they were playing c4 quite a lot, but I just wanted to try something a bit different. But yeah, I didn't really have big preparation. e5, I thought, okay, Italian Roy Lopez, it should all be quite good, but then actually didn't go so great first few moves. So, okay, we actually played Berlin, because so we played like this, d3, bishop c5, and I played this bishop e3, because I thought this was quite clever, because I thought if he takes, then maybe then I can put like king on d2 or f2 later. Okay. I've got some nice squares to move the king to. But this queen e7 was a very good response, actually. I didn't, he didn't actually capture, he played queen e7 instead. And suddenly, actually, I realized that black has like some threats, maybe knight g4 even, or takes and queen b4, so it was a bit... So then, well, I had to do some swapping, which was not exactly what I wanted to do, but I think I had to just swap some pieces to stop some accident happening. So I don't know, so I took on c6. I mean, if I took a bit earlier, I could force him to take with the other pawn. But now, of course, he has the idea to play d5. So then I thought I have to swap bishops, because otherwise he takes and plays d5. So I took the bishop, queen d2. I think it's normal.
Okay.
Normal move, just because then if d5, I always have some queen c3 ideas here. and he has lots of weak pawns.
So to exchange queens and have
to have some nice advantage. So he went d6, I think is normal. Next few moves are fairly quiet. I mean, it's still kind of, well, it's a much more interesting position in no castling chess than in normal chess, actually, because normal chess is just very easy for us to solve a problem with the king, but actually here it's much trickier because, well, okay, he can't really go to the queen side, so probably he wants to take to the king side. I can sort of go either side, but whichever way we go, it sort of takes a long time.
But now you decided to put your rook to d1?
Yeah, rook d1. I don't know if that was a good move. I thought my plan is to play d4 at some moment, so it seemed logical to support that.
So you had in mind that your king could go to g1?
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of go f1, g1, h2. It takes a very long time, but it's a very good square if I get there, but it's like 3 moves.
Yeah.
And I mean, I could also maybe try even d1, c1, b2, but again, it's 3 moves. I was like, I don't know, I was a bit reluctant to do it. And then actually when I was thinking here, I was thinking maybe he would go king e7 and rook h8. And then he went with this king f8 instead, which is also quite logical. So he would do a similar plan to me. He would take the king to h7.
Yep.
And then I thought, okay, I have this clever idea. I can gain some time with this king e2, and I go rook he1,
and then king
f1. Yeah. And okay, if he went king g8, I think then actually, rook he1 is quite nice for white. But he actually played a very clever move. I think this queen a5 was very clever. Because okay, if I play like, let's say rook he1, c5, well, then I thought we would have quite a quiet game anyway.
Okay, so the idea of queen a5 was to prepare c5?
Yeah, because I thought it's just going to get so blocked, and maybe he would even play g5 as well, and the whole board I thought was going to be quite boring. So I wasn't really sure about this d4, but I thought I would try it as it's kind of a different event. This no castling, I thought is maybe
that's nice for us spectators.
bit interesting. But I understood it's quite dangerous because at the moment this bishop on e6 is not very good. But after ed4, knight d4 was my first intention, of course. But then I was very worried about this bishop c8 move.
To come to a6.
And it's just quite tricky, because now it's not so easy for my king. Because if I play a move like, let's say, rook he1, he can go c5 first. I can't go knight c6 because of queen a6 and knight f3 back. Well, then bishop a6, I have to go like king e3. Okay, I mean, I'm not even sure this is necessarily so clear, but okay, I was not so keen to have my king on e3. I was like, this is a bit awkward. So, I mean, okay, maybe the best, actually, we looked at a little bit after bishop c8. Dan, you mentioned I also saw maybe the best move is rook de1 now. And then white's king can go to d1, and okay, it's still not, obviously, maybe black doesn't need to check immediately. Maybe it's better to play c5 after rook he1. And maybe then he can play c4 and get rid of this pawn. It's quite complicated.
But it's a pretty interesting position, yeah?
But I think it was better because this queen d4 was a bit vague. I was kind of not liking things so much because it was a bit risky. Because c5 he played, I was thinking more about rook b4, but c5 was much better. Queen e3, rook e8, and actually now I'm quite lucky I can sort of survive. I think I have to play this king f1. And, I'm just lucky that I always have these knight a4 tricks, basically. Because, I mean, he could also play instead of bishop c8, maybe bishop f5, I think. Knight d2, d5. But again, I have this knight a4. And this knight a4 is similar, and this is always just saving my skin, some of this knight a4 idea, because otherwise the position could just be collapsing. But okay, bishop c8. So then at least I was able to get my king on a dark square. I was quite happy about that. Bishop b7, d5, knight d2, sorry, d5. Yeah, I mean, actually what we played was all quite logical. I mean, there are obviously other options. d4 is fine. I think queen f4. I mean, he could capture on e4. I mean, I think it's clear that, after d4, queen f4, he could capture on e4 here. I think maybe with the bishop, I thought it was maybe about equal. I would probably take on e4, and maybe with the rook, and then queen f5, something like this, maybe king g8. I thought it was a possible
So you
possibly.
get your pawn back.
I get the
and
pawn back, but maybe around equal. But his bishop a6 line was also good. Queen f5, bishop e2.
And now maybe the most interesting moment of the game.
Well, I gave the exchange. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it was a good idea. I think I overestimated it, but okay. I mean, we can see because it's actually there's one detail I should mention after bishop a6 instead of queen f5. Just if I was to go like king h2 here, bishop e2, rook d1, because it looks quite logical. Then he has this knight h5, and it's very annoying because somehow this knight on d2 I just lose the knight on d2. So it's actually it's very strange, but this is very annoying. So I have to give the exchange. I think if I want to play like that. So in the game, queen f5, bishop e2, king h2, bishop takes d1 is logical, rook takes d1.
But okay, you sacrifice the exchange.
King g8, yeah, this was the big mistake, king g8, because queen a6 I was thinking during the game, but it was actually stronger than I realised because I was thinking it was coming along the third rank, but he also has this idea queen e2 in some positions.
So on the one hand, black can play like queen c5, queen d6.
Queen d6 is another idea, yeah.
And on the other hand, you can...
Yeah, but for instance, if I was to play e5 here, queen e2, it could be a problem. Well, it is a problem, yeah, because he's hitting the rook and the pawn on e5. I mean, I have some other ideas. I can play, for instance, knight c4 might be the best move, or knight takes c5. They're the two possibilities. And then knight takes e4, maybe, knight takes c5. I'm picking up some pawns here for the exchange. And, okay, he still has some problems with the king. I think it's maybe about equal, but this queen a6 was just much better because king g8 is just... I think he just missed somehow this e5 and how strong it is. After king g8, I played e5 because knight d5, queen d7 just wins a piece, which is really
attacking both. Yeah,
bad news. I think it was. I was expecting him to play c4 here actually, use the pin. Knight takes c4, queen d5. I think this was better. Queen d5. I think knight c3. I was looking at queen back to c5 and knight e2. I was thinking. And I thought rook d8 was maybe best move for him. And it must be good for white, but it's still not. I'm still caught up in this pin. I only have one pawn. It must be good for white, but I wasn't so sure because he gets his queen back in the game a bit more.
Yeah. Still a good fight, yeah.
Yeah, but in the game somehow this just didn't. Knight h7, queen d7, because he can't take on e5 because of knight c4, and actually his queen is really running low on squares. Rook e6 was normal, knight c4. Okay, it's knight f8 I didn't see, but I guess I can take on e6 there anyway.
Knight f8 was a counter attack.
Computer idea, but okay, maybe it was better try, but still doesn't look very good. Queen takes e6 and then queen a4, but still doesn't look.
Should be good for white.
Must be at least very good for white, yeah.
So he went away.
Yeah. Queen b4, I took on c7. Okay, I mean, maybe I didn't do the best way, but I think it was good enough. He went knight g5. Knight takes c5 I played. And actually he played this rook g6, which was actually a little bit clever, because now if I play something like f4, he could maybe get some tricks. Knight f3. Check. Knight f3 check takes, and then some queen c3, and actually he could get... Okay, so I should not play f4, but otherwise I don't think it's so dangerous. I mean, I went h4 instead, because then it's not really dangerous with the pawn on f2.
And now you collected a few pawns, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I gave some checks and made a few moves to get close to time control. I mean, there's lots of ways to play here, but okay. What I did was okay, I think, to drive the queen back, and then I just took the material, quite greedy. But he doesn't really have any checks. Yeah, my knights are just covering the queen, and there's not so much he can really do. I mean, white has a lot of material, and we just made a few more moves.
Okay, and the two knights are
so I mean, it was
much stronger than the rook.
Yeah, I mean, f3 just preventing rook g4, and okay, I'm coming knight d3 or knight e6 or knight d6 or h1. Just there's no activity for black. No, I mean, it was quite an interesting game, much more interesting than you normally have in this kind of structure because of the problem with the kings.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there was just this one key moment that you know, he blundered this e5, queen a6. I think it would be, you know, much more interesting game, and maybe it would be draw or something. But that gave me the big advantage, or maybe even more after that. It was difficult for black.
Yeah. But still a very
Quite practical
entertaining
with the
game.
knights jumping. Yeah, no, my knights did well today. So.
Yeah. So I hope you had fun with playing this no castling chess. Was it your first game in no
Yeah,
castling
very much, because I got invited quite late and I was very busy with other things. I didn't really, and anyway, there aren't so many things that I'm really aware of. Okay, I was looking a little bit at the games that was played here between Vladimir and Vishy, but okay, I think they play on a higher level to me. I couldn't understand all the subtleties of all this stuff, so I don't know.
But we will see you against Vishy Anand.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
congrats.
Tomorrow maybe, I think, yeah. So yeah, we'll see.
So we're looking forward to that, and thanks a lot for your insights to your game.
All right, thank you.
you.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome back to the Deutschland Sparkassen Chess Trophy. It was great to have Pavel Elianov with us. In case you missed it, or if you want to see more of him, he will be back here in 1 hour exactly. Until then, it's the two of us, Artu, and we're going to dive straight back into the action and start with the NC World Masters. Out of the two games, one has ended in a draw already between Mickey Adams and Vishy Anand, but we still have the game between Daniel Friedman and Dmitry Kollars that is ongoing.
Yes, and the position is really interesting. The game also, you can see above the actual position, and we left it a little bit earlier. White here played rook ac1. We only considered the different rook, but it doesn't matter so much. Dmitry found very interesting idea. He played rook e8, more or less according to our plans, and now very interesting move, queen a6, trying to activate the queen. White took on d5, and here very spectacular move came. One of the most spectacular moves in the tournament so far, yes?
For sure. I mean, a rook sacrifice. We haven't seen too many of those yet.
Let us see,
let's see
what happens if White would take, then immediately the second rook is coming. Now, already not a good situation. We may check both king moves to understand what is going on. Then check. King g1, queen f3, king f1. Black already has a perpetual, but probably doesn't want it.
Yes.
And now we see the situation where all black pieces are attacking.
Very nice.
And queen f3 is coming, and many other threats. So this is one spectacular variation. If king would go a different way, the outcome would be the same, but only much shorter.
Yes.
Then
less suffering.
Less suffering.
So the only thing that White could do would be to block with the queen, but of course that would just lose.
So we also we check the move queen takes e8, because there's another variation, and here something like this may happen. Very spectacular lines.
Yes.
So excellent tactics and calculations from Dmitry, but of course White played differently, spoiling the pleasure of the whole fun of direct attack. But this change of the situation, Black lost the pawn on d5, but won the pawn on a3. It's actually not a bad thing for black. Because of the pawn structure, white would have now one more weakness in case some ending arises. We look at some more moves. Black exchanges rooks, and move played rook d8 creates the concrete threat bishop g3 check, and then rook takes d5. It is clear that white tries to simplify the position, and that's the move that was played. We had already development.
Yes,
it has to come back after queen c4. Black played queen c8.
I like that black is refusing to exchange the queens, keeping those queens on the board.
On the other hand, he is not really improving the position of the queen.
Because there are no squares.
I agree with you to
Yes.
keep the queens on the board, but maybe he should do it in a more concrete way by putting b5. And then what white is doing. Let's see, white goes somewhere with queen, maybe preparing some attack. Okay, this is a complicated b4. It's another possibility. Maybe pinning the pawn and then threatening bishop takes b4. Anyway, Dmitry spent a lot of time here trying to compare these different situations, and he played queen c8, which allows white to go d5 immediately. The move, I think, automatic move for Daniel, who wants to bring the bishop in game. And first time we see some threats from his side and some pressure against f6.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, I like the fact that Dmitry kept the queens on, but now I'm looking at this queen on c8, and I'm like, what should I do?
Why he put it there? So probably it was not the best decision. Again, we were here for move b5, just also to win some time and to prevent white from consolidating position with d5. He's still okay, but maybe he would play rook e8. But what I am afraid that there is some counterplay already happening here
and suddenly this position is not so clear at all.
And it's not that what you want to give to Daniel. Yes, some tactical chances. That's not the best idea, I guess. But let us move to the next games.
Let's move to the Grand Prix, and we can start, I don't know, with Dirk and Lemmy.
Yes, this is a very heavy battle. Last moment when we see the position, we were discussing with Pavel where to put bishop. Bishop came to e3. But let us come back a little bit. It was this position, I guess, yes. And we were thinking bishop f4 or bishop e3 was not really clearly decided. Bishop came to e3, rook b8 was played after rook b1, d5. Rook b1 is not very clear for me. What is the idea behind? Just waits in case black takes on
It feels
c3.
like today we had quite a few, slow, mysterious moves where we were not so sure what are they about.
Yes. The next move of black was rook fc8, protecting the knight. White reacted with knight d2. This is already was predicted by Pavel. He wanted to bring the knight on c4. And only in this moment black decided to put the pawn on d5. He could do it a little bit earlier. d5 looks like a right move to control c4 square. But also white shows his ambitions now with the move f4. Alvor, it is a long run till something will happen. we may say that it looks like black succeeded a little bit more in creating certain pressure on queen side, but already for the last few moves it stays like this. It stays the stable situation.
Yes.
So not very clear what to do next for Erwin. He just went back home with the queen. It's also indication that he actually doesn't know what to do.
Yes.
Little bit strange move. It's not a surprise that it is so difficult for black here to develop the play, because he is facing these two bishops. Yes. Even if they are not fully in work, that means that black doesn't have any possibility to open the position, because then bishops would strike. So it's difficult to play against the pair of bishops, even in semi-closed position.
Yeah, big maneuvering struggle here, and well, the time is ticking down. The players are only on move 20, so only halfway to the time control. So I think as the time continues ticking down, we will see more and more action here. Now, next up, the game between McShane and Svane.
Something happened here.
Yes.
Something happened here. Let us see. We left the position after semi-mysterious move c3. And the reaction of Rasmus also was not predicted, but maybe it's not bad, because he put everything in the center. He wants to stick to this strategy, and he opened the fight, took on d4 and play f5. It has certain logic. This operation, because black has the bishop's pair, and he will generally profit from opening of the position. So, very interesting maneuver from Rasmus. White played a3. To understand this move, we just need only to look at the variation a5, bishop b4, and now it is clear why a3 was played, to create a threat, actually, threat e4, e5, and to trap the bishop. But of course, black is not blundering it. He took on e4. We mentioned already that any opening of the position here favors bishops, especially white squared bishop who doesn't have any opposition. And he is absolutely happiest bishop maybe now in this position. Because you look, if he will come to d5, what will be. But of course, black doesn't want to lose this advantage of two bishops and played bishop f4. Very, very interesting, very sound play of Rasmus.
Yeah, and Rasmus, I mean, after what was, I think, a heartbreaking loss for him in the first round against Elianov, seems to be recovering well. Today he's really putting some serious pressure here on McShane.
Well, he already was holding, playing very solidly second game against Diak. It was a correct draw, only draw in the tournament so far. Yes.
Well, now we have in this tournament, yes.
In this tournament, yes. We have now draw in the major group. But no castling chess, but Anand simply played so strong in the opening, liquidating to equal ending. Understandable strategy with black, especially after also first impressive game by Miki in the first round. Let us go. Yes. Black is slightly, or maybe not slightly, maybe a bit more, because the pawn on d4 would be weak, and this bishop is very nice. It maybe would be star of the game.
Yes.
Actually, the pawn is already handing here, so there is some trouble.
For sure, yeah. Let's stay one more second. How should McShane defend b3?
Let's say, okay, maybe he would just move the queen to protect the pawn.
And can we still, as black, go for kingside attack, or?
It is not ruled out. It's not ruled out. It's there in a position. So you mean just immediately start some action here?
Why not?
Why not? What to wait? Basically, it's not only kingside attack. It is also a very classical strategy. How you play with two bishops, you try to harass the knights of the opponent. Yeah? So this, in a way, attacking the white knight. So it has also additional meaning to drive the white knights from good positions.
Yeah, I like Rasmus's position. Actually, Luke, I think just played Queen C2.
He played Queen C2.
Yes.
Okay.
So we will see what Rasmus...
Yes, this is a good choice, interesting choice now for Rasmus to play G5, but probably not the only move in the position. Pavel was advocating the move King B8 for some time.
A lot of options, I think, a lot of good options for Rasmus. Okay, so we will come back here. For now, we'll move on to the last game we haven't seen yet, where we were expecting probably a draw between Matthias Bluebaum and Navara.
And it looks like it's coming towards the rook ending, what I was thinking about a little bit earlier, with differences that, okay, bishop f4 happened, rook c8 attacks the pawn, bishop d6, and now good move, bishop a3. The problem of position was that black cannot take the pawn because of rook e2. So bishop a3 is a solid, disciplined move. I think David learned his lesson, so not to overdo it. And here it goes towards the simplification of the liquidation, almost total liquidation. What would happen after rook takes a6? Black would probably give a check. He has a different ways to make a draw, but this looks like a forcing to me. Rook c2, attacking both pawns, winning a pawn back, and white is good advised here to make it simple, and that could be.
In fact, I think we can stay here because I think, all of this is on the board. Rook c1 has been played, king h2. And I think we will see a handshake here.
Yes, if arbiters would allow it, but
I mean they will. You're right that they have to still find.
They somehow have to repeat the moves, but it is of course not.
Maybe you can play king g1 after rook c.
For example, that's actually one of the suggestions: not to go to g3, but go to g1 and to suggest the draw. I think that's. Now,
the smartest way.
Matthias is thinking how to make a repetition, how to make it.
But he did go. He did go forward, king g3.
Okay, this is still doesn't matter. I think this is still, of course, a clear draw after exchanging. They may also ask the permission of an arbiter because. It doesn't.
And the arbiter is there.
Doesn't make so much sense.
I think there it is. There comes the handshake.
Yes. Obviously, there is no more fight is possible.
Yes.
So we have second draw already. Yeah.
So one correct prediction from Pavel. It was maybe the most difficult prediction. But that means only 3 games remain, but the 3 remaining games are actually very interesting. I suggest maybe we go back again to NC.
To see what Dmitry is doing.
Yes, let's go.
This actually some change of the decorations, yes. What happened, he had such a good position before. Let me put it the correct situation. But we left here that he wasted some time. He gave white an opportunity to play d5. What could be an explanation? Maybe he wanted to attack the pawn, but actually I don't see how to do it. Maybe this was an idea. Could it be the case? but this is simply bad move because of queen e4.
Yeah.
No, so now he's switched to defense
Yes.
with the move rook e8. Rook e8, rook takes rook, queen takes, and queen f4. Yeah? So the same threat looks very good for white, but black has just
One way to save.
One move, yeah, one move. We are so sure because we are using an engine here.
Yes.
The players they have to calculate.
Think for themselves.
Think for themselves. So yes, but queen b5, of course, should be checked anyway.
Yeah.
So what is the follow-up? It's actually a remarkable position.
Okay, I mean, this next moves that the computer is suggesting, either king f8 or knight f7. I would never even, they would never even be candidate moves.
No, king f8 is a kind of move you would never play, but knight f7...
They are the same idea, basically.
Yes, knight f7 is...
Because the knight covers all these entry squares.
A little bit more reasonable, but it's not a clear draw to me, so it is still a lot of fight here. But now with advantage for white.
Yes. I mean, Daniel has very resourcefully turned this position around.
True, but in a way, look what happened. Yes, we had this position.
Yes.
White played queen c4. So of course, if Dmitry would want to have a slightly better ending, he would simply take on c4. He's still on a little bit on the better side. Yeah.
Yes.
And now maybe king f7, slightly better structure. Yeah. And white knight is strange, so he's no risk at all, and may try to play it. But of course, you are right. He wanted to fight, and he likes to keep queens. We saw here much better way, yeah, to play b5, and if queen goes to c3, for example, b4, or even immediately queen b6. Yes. This looks like a better choice. Maybe b4, I like it even more, and then queen b6, because then also bishop takes. b4 is possible. So this was a better way to play. And here,
and after queen c8, the trouble started.
I simply don't understand what happened, what he missed, because d5 such an obvious move, yes, and also actually bishop c5 is not necessary. We can play maybe rook e8 immediately. This looks like a safer continuation. Bishop c5 check only leads to more trouble because a 4 square now available for white king. So something here went totally wrong, and now he has to defend very carefully.
Yeah, he's still thinking.
Still thinking,
and time is ticking.
Time is running. Yeah. So all of a sudden, white overtook the initiative, but okay. Black now has to sacrifice this pawn on f6 in a way that he still can fight.
Yeah. Okay, we will see what he comes up with. Shall we move on again to Deak against Lamy?
Yes, that was a heavy battle, heavy strategical battle with 20 moves left. In the moment where we left, black made a slightly mysterious move, queen b6 to d8. No big explanation, apart from the fact that queen was not really doing much also on b6. Yes. And this is a square maybe for the knight. And that's what happened actually in the game. Rook bc1, also taking a move back for some reasons. Yeah. Why he put the rook on b1 then on the first place. Yeah. So this is a little bit maneuvering, but without too clear plan. But okay, that looks more like a plan
logical,
to me.
Yes.
Yeah. Knight d7 with idea knight b6. Okay, that is something. So black, with after some thought, he discovered some way how to break the blockade. Yeah? But still it will be difficult to progress on the queen side. As I said, against two bishops, it's very difficult to have a fight, to open fight, because bishops somehow would come to life at some stage. Yeah.
Deák needs to watch out a little bit for his time situation. Only 14 minutes, still 19 moves.
Yes, it is tough, but he is already proved to be a very fast player and very calm in heavy time trouble.
Well, so what do you think he will play now? Is knight b6 some kind of a threat or not really?
No, knight b6 is almost like a next move, a predictable next move, but let us see also conventional way to handle the position with two bishops, to open up a little bit and let's say to put the bishop on the diagonal. No? So that is possible. Knight b6 then, yeah, let's say we go back some position like this and black makes some spectacular move, d5, d5. Okay.
This is getting messy.
It is messy and it is unclear, so both about equal chances, yes. So we cannot make a clear preference here in this position, so it's interesting game. So the real game will start now, and of course in this start of the real game there is not so much time to think. Yeah?
Yes. What is your prediction actually for this game?
Well, although Deák is a very sympathetic person and actually played a brilliant first game, somehow at least I wanted Erwin would get something. Yeah. Because it's so nice of him to just to enter the competition. He knew that he is risky, and so if he would make draw, I wouldn't be unhappy.
I was actually also going to predict a draw for this game.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, let's see. Let's go back to McShane and Svane.
Something happened. Yes, after move queen c2, black made the move what we did not predict. Yes. Queen f8, it was not forced, but it is a good intuition, just to get away from the pin or possible pin, and so
I like this move.
It's a solid decision, just to be sure that you are not, you wouldn't be pinned if knight goes somewhere, and knight went somewhere to c5. So here black could say that was justified now to regroup the queen. Now how to play now is another matter, Where to put
bishop f5 you were talking about earlier.
Also possibility, and it is prepared by the move.
Queen f8.
Queen f8. Actually very interesting move, bishop
Also
f8.
the most obvious to capture, we always want to look at.
Also, I just want to see what is going on after bishop d5, more conventional move. If it is something clearly wrong about it, it's a rook takes c8. I'm trying to show how I would play, but I probably would spoil this position already a little bit. So this is not a clear advantage for. Okay, still can be played, but pawn on h7 hangs. Okay, so maybe we should make a little bit of change of the plans. Let's see this possibility.
Okay, are you threatening something? Are you threatening to take on a6? Because I was wondering, do I have time to go for g5, or are you...
No, g5 is not bad. G5 is also protects the bishop. So just in case that white was thinking
d5
about some d5 at some moment, maybe take first on d7 and then d5. Now we have a reasonable move. So g5 is one of the positive ideas
but
for
what
black.
happens after knight a6? Is there any?
You are still worried about sacrifices.
Yes.
Okay, let us see what happens if you take, how dangerous was the whole sacrifice. I would say it was not that dangerous because the worst case scenario is some
Just a
perpetual,
draw,
just a draw. Worst case scenario, but probably
Yes.
white has to prove it.
Yes.
So maybe there is no support yet. Yeah? So bishop f5, I think it's very, very reasonable move. What else? Knight takes c5.
Oh, well, actually Rasmus has just taken on c5.
Okay, so that means that we should examine it more careful way. Probably pawn takes, otherwise
It's
pawn b3.
already played, yes.
Yes.
Okay, but I feel like this position has improved a little bit for Luke compared to what we had.
True, because,
moves ago.
for example, bishop b2 is definitely
Suddenly open.
much more happy
Yes.
now than he was few moves earlier.
For sure.
Now, all of a sudden, he has something like a game, yeah?
Yes.
Working over
I remember,
the
I mean,
diagonal.
when Pavel left us and the c3 appeared, the bishop was very sad.
Yes, that was the saddest moment for the
Yes.
bishop, but now he started to be a star, yeah, on the position. Yes, it's not so clear anymore. Still two bishops in open game, yeah, that's what need to be taken very seriously with white. I'm not sure if queen h7 may be now option.
Oh, I would be so afraid to take that pawn.
Yes,
Very afraid.
just never take a pawn on the same side.
I mean, maybe it's
your
fine.
king.
Maybe it's fine. I would just... Okay, maybe... Okay, can we make a move like, let's say, king b8 and then just see?
Yes, of course, but it's already too late.
Too late.
Too late. He played g6. He was
Okay.
afraid to. Yeah.
Yes.
But then if you want to play king b8, then why not
Yes.
to play g6? If you have time for
Very
working slowly. Okay, g6 makes a lot of sense by putting the pawns on the safe positions. Yeah, he doesn't need to worry about anything here.
And now what?
Also, maybe at some moment you can bring
Queen
queen into
h6,
h6, so
yes,
it's
yes.
also some positive. Now white should be careful. Yeah? Okay, let's be careful. Go away with.
You're just removing the pawn so that the queen can move? Or...
And at some stage we want to jump to e5, maybe with the knight. Not while we are attacking something, but maybe if, let's say, black is doing this, then I would say knight e5, possible. Yeah? Knight e5 would be possible. Still, two bishops is good.
Yes.
Yeah, are good. Two bishops are good, and white has to defend. Yeah? I was suggesting b4. Makes sense to me just to protect everything because both pawns are handling.
Yeah, this is another game where the time situation, but also here both players, I think, are quite used to being low on time. Both players are very calm. But I'm curious to see actually what will Luke's next move be.
Anyway, advantage for Rasmus. He had here some chances. How big is it? Is another question.
Yeah. We will see. Let's go back to Dimitri in the NC World Masters. So Friedman against Kollars.
It's good news for Dimitri that he
found knight f7.
found the moves that were suggested by computer. It costed him
A lot of
some time. Yeah. So it's we see that for humans it's not easy. It was not easy task. And if white takes with queen, king goes away. So that is a kind of one possibility. Yeah? This is one possibility.
And then let's see if I give some checks. Queen G7.
Yes. Now where black king is going. If he goes to e7, even maybe to keep attacking me. So let's say king goes to e8 to avoid this bishop f6 check, just in case.
Let's say I take on h7.
Now black also takes pawn.
Yeah, and the white king is actually very open.
White king is open as well, and pieces under attack. So it's not that dangerous. Okay, but check may be useful for some reasons, but we don't know yet.
So let's see, queen g8.
And now bishop g7. Yeah, this is attacking. Okay. That is attacking possibility because queen f8. Yes. Queen f8 is the main threat, and so far we have a tempo. Let us just show what difference does it make that bishop is in attack. I think a big difference. We can win a knight. Yes, and queen is coming to protect our king. So that's very handy. So that is idea. Bishop g7, and this practically forces black to come back to defense. Again, if takes, then black now goes something like this, yeah? King d1, queen e3. Some strange complications. Computer is for white, but that's kind of difficult to see and to calculate without assistance, of course, of an engine. But we see that Daniel takes a lot of time now, yeah. But he had a lot of time.
He had a lot of time.
He had a lot of time.
What else could he be?
He can take with bishop. Yes. So actually, this is also a good question. Why not? Why not to take with bishop, and maybe now to take c7? Let's say. And we have absolutely crazy situation. Yes. We have a really crazy situation. White can try to attack. White is winning a piece. But still, the situation is unclear.
There are no more checks for white.
Yes, because black is threatening checks.
No.
So, and white doesn't have any checks.
No. And apparently this is just a draw. Yeah?
He took with a queen. Maybe he calculated something like this, so that there is no way he can improve. And now he took with queen, and now it's going on. Yeah.
Very, very exciting game. We will see if Friedman will find a way, because it looks like black has some threats of some perpetual if white is not careful.
The king f8 was played instantly, of course, wise decision.
Good news for Dimitri is that it's already moved 30, so only 10 moves to go on.
Only 10 moves, but of course very sharp situation.
Okay, let's go back to Deak and Erwin Lamy, where not so much has happened at all.
I have a feeling that almost nothing happened, just one move of Deak. It was knight d2 to f3. We did not consider this continuation, only looked at pawn takes d5. But okay, knight f3 is not really damaging much, yeah? And black played knight b6. At least Erwin follows his plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now the queen has to go back, I guess, to c2 or d1. Where is better? Okay,
difficult to say, so we put it to c2. And black now solved the problem of blockade and can play a4. Not not very clear what he achieved on the queen side anyway, yeah? Because now this all regrouping, okay, he was able to push the pawns, but he is still not able to provoke any weakness in the opponent's position on the queen side. White is very stable on the queen side, and so maybe White would start thinking about doing something, yeah?
Very good idea, but doing what?
But doing what? I thought
something is enough, yes.
Something on the king side, but of course, yes, you're absolutely right. Another option is for White just to try to block the position, the queen side. Of course, blocking the position is not what you want to do if you have two bishops. So, okay, I don't have too many suggestions. We expect queen c2, a4, and then something.
And then something.
Diak, he is very inventive. I'm sure he will come with some concept. Maybe h4.
But okay, 9 minutes really now for 22 moves. It means that even with increment, he has only an average of 1 minute per move. It's time is really ticking down very fast now.
Okay, I suggested h4, and immediately there was some drawbacks, and on the concrete level, that's it. Yeah, so h4 was a poor suggestion.
Yeah, but it's also interesting to see how quickly things can go wrong for White if he is careless.
Yes, yes. So let's say that bishop f2 should be a better suggestion. No, still a3.
Okay, so a3 is already
possibility for
that
black.
Position, yeah. Diak actually didn't go to c2, he went back to d1 all the way.
Okay, that was another option, maybe a better one. But okay, we put queen on d1. The main question still remains what we need the queen for. Yeah. We have a4 as a possibility, still similar. Okay, White can close the position. Advantage of the move queen d1 comparing to queen c2, that black
doesn't have b3 with
tempo and with opening the game. Because here, okay, let's imagine that we're simply closing everything, so there is no danger here. Of course, White has some better options at this moment. Important that before b3 was without tempo. We can compare it with my move queen c2, a4, and if c4, then b3 was an option. Yeah. Okay, at least we need to react to that somehow. So that is maybe idea. Again, this is impossible for the players to know exactly what is going on. It would be an intuitive decision, just queen d1, because he feels that it's better not to run into these problems. I must say that at this moment, it may be a useful factor that Erwin has almost 3 times more time.
Yes.
Or
for sure.
Big advantage in time, so that he can think about the concept. Diak has to play much more quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other game, of course, that remains in the Grand Prix, the players are also getting very low on time. Actually, time is close to even, well, it's evening out between McShane and Rasmus Svane. 16 minutes for Luke, 13 minutes for Rasmus. And what happened? So Luke did play b4.
He played b4. It was a very natural move, and black answered bishop d5.
So two very natural moves.
Two very natural moves, which they were predicted. And I thought about knight e5. Alternative could be take first on e8 for some reasons. I don't know what is.
And you just
what
want
are
to
they?
try and exchange.
Maybe to try to exchange all heavy pieces somehow, for example. But this position still looks attractive for black because of good white squared bishop putting a lot of pressure. So I thought about knight e5, but okay.
So in this game we're on move 21, so
21
also 19
also.
moves to make.
Time troubles would be coming, I'm sure, and then we can see the decision there.
Just played queen c3.
Okay, this could be understood not as an active move with intention to put the queen somewhere on the king side, but just protection, just to support the knight. Legitimate move, but now we may consider my favorite move, queen h6.
And now it's some threats already.
Now it's some threats already. But white can play h3, and now the question if my favorite move makes much sense, maybe we can develop some future initiative. Bishop takes f3 is a threat.
Yeah, it's starting to look again quite unpleasant now.
Look what we have here. Rook a1, bishop takes f3, rook takes d8. Now king takes d8. King takes d8. If idea queen takes f3, bishop a2. And now look at this move, queen f6.
Oh my god.
Fortunately for black doesn't have to take.
Let's show why.
Okay, if he takes,
why he shouldn't take.
Because of perpetual, because of perpetual, not a big harm, but perpetual.
It's such a beautiful line.
All of a sudden, yes.
Out of the blue.
Yes, some fantastic tactical variations start to appear. King should run away, and black is trying to attack. Yes, still very attractive position. So this move, queen h6, maybe like signal to some attack. But of course, you can also play more strict, conventional, to put queen on an active position. Nice position for Rasmus. Would be interesting to see what he would play.
Come up with,
yes.
Okay, what we're going to do, let's go one last time to Kollars against Friedman against Kollars, and then we will take...
because actually something happened here, not quite expected, because at this moment we looked at this position, we were only considering checking. Instead, Daniel played b4. And that was somehow a scaring move for Dmitry. Why, I don't know. So the question why
didn't just move the bishop back?
Okay, I think he thought he saw more active possibility. We will come to this. I don't think it was good. But the normal move would be simply to go away with bishop, yes? Because something like bishop e7 doesn't make sense. 2 checks, and we start to lose the material. So we need the square e7 for the king. So why didn't he play bishop d6? This is a big question.
Mystery, yes. Yeah, because now he's also hitting d5.
Yes, pawn on d5 is handing, yes. I don't know, bishop. The most natural move was bishop d6. Unfortunately for him, he was lured by the move queen e8 check. But queen e8 check, I think it should be some big misunderstanding.
Okay, he wanted to get the bishop more closer
Maybe
to the
he
white
wanted
king.
just to repeat the moves, repetition of
But
the
even
move.
after king d1, this was probably his idea, to put the bishop to f2.
That was his idea. Yes, that was his idea. But what he is going to do after check, it's actually happened, and white taking the pawn on h7. That is a question.
But interestingly, Friedman didn't take. Oh,
Not yet, but he
Right.
still waits, I guess.
no, he played g3.
Oh, that I didn't expect. I thought, okay, that I thought
maybe
I
it's
thought
still-
I can take, and then knight takes g6 is a threat. So what are we missing? What are we missing?
I don't know.
King goes away. Maybe queen e1. Maybe that's what was
That's what's
scaring.
scared,
Yeah. Okay, it's human emotions.
Yeah.
Again, we have here engine who says bishop
There's-
c3 and everything is fine, but Daniel has to see everything. So
Yeah,
he
so in the
decided
game-
to play g3, which is less dangerous move,
Yes.
because it gives also black some time. Yeah,
And Dmitry runs now with the king d8.
he did it. Yes. Okay.
And now another, for me, slightly mysterious move, knight g2.
That was the idea behind g3.
G3.
Yeah, that's why it happened. Yeah,
So the knight is headed to f4 and e6.
and just protects also
And
e1 and
protecting,
e3 from queen's maneuver. We shouldn't forget that black has a check here, queen a4, just in case. But I think that Daniel controls it. Yeah. Black is moving the king away. It's really some no castling game
Yes.
today.
The
Yeah.
king went all over the place.
And both kings are somehow they are
Yes.
not finding a safe place on the board.
So, Arthur, I think with the time ticking down, I know the moves are coming in fast, but I think we're going to take a quick break now. We have 3 games remaining, 3 very exciting games, and we'll be back very shortly with Grandmaster Pavel Elianov, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. We're once again joined by Grandmaster Pavel Elianov. Pavel, only 3 games remain, but time is ticking down, so we're going to jump straight into the action. Did you have a look at the games while you were gone?
Yeah, some of the games, not this one. Because here it's escalated. I mean, the picture changed completely. So somehow he transferred his. I mean, Kollars transferred his king. I mean, both of them transferred their kings to queen side somehow. Yeah.
Yes. What happened in the last moment after the move king c8, white started to pick up the pawns. Why not? And black just gave a check, and white king also went to c1. Maybe the idea was to activate the knight somehow. That white would probably take or one of the possibilities, if possible.
Yeah, it looks actually winning, but according to engine, it's not so clear. I mean, not better, but not that much better.
He found some resources, yes.
Because, queen b5.
Queen b5 and then queen f1. So that
because actually knight on g2 still misplaced, not as much as before, but still the only problem besides the king is unsafe, but knight is biggest problem.
So at least from human perspective, this is some complications still going on.
Yeah. I mean,
check, and who knows what will be.
Yeah, because the difference is drastic between king position, king safety. I mean, despite big material disadvantage, black has a real counter chance, it seems like.
At least for practical game.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So knight d6 was played. It is actual position, and it is sharp game. But the positive for Daniel that he only needs to make like 3 moves.
For Dimitri.
For Dimitri,
No, I meant Daniel anyway, because he has material advantage, but now he would be on the defensive side, and then he has time, more time. So he has 3 minutes before time control, plenty of time. So he would see if queen g6 works, or maybe he will regroup it immediately.
Queen h8, of course.
And queen c3, yes.
It looks very tempting to take, because this pawn is very important. With pawn on g6, white has no passers.
That is true, but only here difference that you can exchange queens.
This is very important difference.
To play it extremely safe.
I didn't realize, this is the main idea actually, to exchange, because I mean,
extra pawn.
It's actually I mean, at least practically, it's absolutely clear. It's the best and safest, and according to engine, it's objectively the best. So it means that it's a good idea for sure. To transfer the
not to take a pawn, but to be ready to sacrifice and transfer.
Yeah, I think it's also in style of Daniel.
I think we should move on from here, because this game Daniel is pushing for a win, but the other in the Grand Prix, the times are ticking down very quickly, and I don't even know, maybe we can even start with McShane.
Luke McShane, yes, let us see, because the other is positional, although there is some events, Luke McShane now is coming to really big time trouble.
Both of them,
Yes, and I think we guessed the move queen f5 in a way, yes. We thought also some tricky move queen h6.
The position was so nice always,
queen f5
all the time,
Yes.
All the way position was
all the way
fantastic.
It was a beautiful position, and I think it was not spoiled, yes. H5, is it? Or H5?
Somehow H5.
For some reason
disliked,
criticized.
yeah. Because then, yeah, knight H4, queen F6, maybe the way, yeah.
Anyway, here he had a lot of options.
Yeah, rook F6 looks nice indeed. Keeping the tension, yeah.
Yes, not changing too much and not allowing queen F6. Yeah.
To defend some squares, yeah.
But Rasmus, in time trouble, played H5. All of a sudden, he was not like pushing this pawns in this game at all, and only in, like betraying his concept, yes, in a way. Yeah,
yeah, all of a sudden, yeah, and
knight H4 happened.
Knight H4 and what's going on?
So what? Yeah. So what?
And after queen G5, can he play queen F6?
Queen F6 or repeating even the moves. Yes. Let us see why not queen F6.
Yeah, but queen F6
also okay.
Because rook G8, it's not.
Okay, it's not a big issue for not in such a position. Yes. So the mistake was just to leave the square F6 without control. And
yes, that's what I'm trying to teach. Yeah, my students also. Mark Israelovich favorite. I don't know, maybe not favorite, but like what I learned mostly. This is prophylactic thinking from Mark Israelovich. To ask yourself what your opponent is going to play.
Yes.
And that's what I'm teaching my students also. Just yeah.
Let us explain. Yeah. Let us explain. So the prophylactical thinking, instead of thinking only about our own plans like H5, G5, G4 looks like good, we start thinking for the opponent what he would do, maybe if he is, and then maybe we see this queen F6.
Yeah, queen F6, yeah, I think it's quite obvious. It's clear that white is in danger to be under attack, and it's clear that queen F6 should be in white's favor in this exchange.
And this is basically a way to find a good move, yeah, rook F8.
Yes,
yes. Because otherwise it is difficult, it may have maybe different logic, but from prophylactical thinking, we're jumping to the candidate move.
Yeah, because
rook
also
F8,
not such a big deal to give up open file. Okay, because there is
nothing to attack.
Nothing to attack on the file, and then I am also. I'm also putting the pressure on F file because there are some targets F3 and F2 which is also vulnerable.
Okay,
let us see
it.
There are a lot of moves coming into the game, so I think we should stick to them. We can come back to this later, but the game is changing a lot.
This is a good example.
Yeah, it was excellent moment of
prophylaxis. Yes.
And Pavel was mentioning my chess teacher, Mark Dvoretsky, and of course.
But of course, my teacher, I mean, of course, in different scale, but still I'm considering him like maybe one of the most important two-three teachers in my chess career. Of course, it was Mark Israelovich also.
So what happened? Knight H4, black played queen G5.
Queen F7. Yeah.
Black played queen F7. Yeah, he played queen F7. And we have this position. I try to get it. Okay, sorry. Queen F7, queen F6. That's the problem with the whole business. And all of a sudden, white even got some targets. The G5 happened and knight G6. And time is running.
Yeah, as they say, white was never doing so well in this game.
But indeed, what to play? Yes, this is a big question. Yeah, because we are now somehow.
It's little bit now annoying for black.
Yeah, in 2 minutes. I mean, it's only moved 26.
White
Yes.
is jumping.
Anyway, he can't take, yes, because that looks like a horrible situation.
Yeah, this is like huge concession.
Yes, and the way to put the rook, no square, and
I
black
guess
is losing. Black is losing.
I guess he played bishop d2, yeah, which is normal.
Probably a good move. Yes. At least it was so difficult to find any move already. Yeah?
Rook e7 also quite tempting. Yeah?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then yeah, probably you have to exchange.
It went out of control. Yeah, black was controlling the game, and this was out of control, definitely. So it was never intention of Rasmus. Yeah? It was just blundered into this position.
Blundered some counterplay for sure. Yeah.
Yes, I think he missed this whole idea for white.
And now what is happening? Black needs to be already quite careful, yes?
It looks like, okay, we can still take, yes. Because if not taking...
Rook is hanging.
Rook is handed.
King d7, of course, it's not
horrible,
the way to play.
Yeah, and this is horrible. Yeah. So this is not a good variation. So then,
but still bishop d2. Yeah, he's still thinking.
Okay, white has some time. Yes, because
yeah, because what else? Because rook e7 looks clearly the most tempting. Because rook takes e7. Okay, I mean I didn't get anyway what's the idea to take with rook also or with queen. What's the point? I'm not sure.
By the way, I think maybe while McShane is thinking, we have time to quickly check in with Dirk and
yes, we've almost ignored it.
That has also changed a lot.
Maybe something happened, and indeed many moves. Many moves when we left, starting with the moment where white played queen d1 and black played rook d7. That's actually a funny move, bringing maybe rook in the center.
Yeah, and then at some point I thought white is clearly better, but yeah, resulting position, I'm not sure.
What is going on? Let us see. Bishop f2, okay, possible move, of course. Rook d7, queen e2. They are in time trouble, so I don't think we have right to criticize.
Somehow he forgot to open the queen side, and then after c4 I thought white is better, but I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure. I thought this position is better, but according to engine it's not so clear.
It's not clear.
Yeah, okay, maybe I overestimated. Knight d4 seems like a good moment, yeah? Or e5, maybe it was even.
e5 very difficult move.
Yeah, but knight d4 was also.
Reasonable chance, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise black has no plan, I guess, without any targets.
Knight on b6 is simply bad.
Knight on b6, yeah, it's just a horrible. You have to find some way, because statically it's not looking good, because white has a lot of options. On e5, then I can expand my king side, and then for black I don't know. So knight d4.
Knight d4 is a
perfect moment.
Good chess
to change the trend.
Complicate everything. And d3. Okay.
Yeah, also reasonable, yeah.
Sometimes.
According to engine, maybe not the best, but it looks reasonable.
You don't want to have this blockade, you want to have active pieces. Okay, that's what happened.
This position looks more or less balanced, I would say, because it's not such a big deal that white has an extra pawn, because
bishop on c5 blocks everything.
Black's bishop is better at the moment, and then My only
So after queen takes, which is on the board, what do you think black should do?
queen c7 I thought, but it's not the only way. Okay, knight d7 looks maybe. Knight d7
Possible as well to put knight on
looks
c5.
decent, yeah, looks decent, and
Even better piece on
in the
c5.
time trouble, yeah, I wouldn't say that it's easier for white. I guess I would rather take black. Yeah, and position is balanced, I guess.
So queen c7 or knight d7 about
Queen c7
equal or
maybe.
good
Maybe
compensation.
more ambitious, just to make sure that queens, he will keep queens. So
Okay,
we'll
so
see,
and he has a little bit more time.
I think McShane is getting very, very low on time because he still has not made a move. So, okay, I think we will
He
stick
didn't
with the
decide, yeah.
other game where
But they're both about.
both players are down
Maybe
to...
we stick to this game.
Yes, I think so, yes. Yeah, so
Looks
maybe
like-
we will also bring the camera to McShane and Svane. And yeah, Luke still deciding. I'm curious to see, are the players nervous as the time is really ticking down and still 14 moves to make?
Well, maybe because of the change of the game, yeah, all of a sudden he got so many possibilities.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks already that he should have some decisive move,
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
some solution. Because
but I'm not sure what, because rook e7 looks.
rook e7 looks
Okay.
like a best, yes, in the moment at least. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's for us. So we can.
What
check
is going on?
engines.
Yeah.
And although here, yeah.
And he had
Bishop
still some
e4.
difficulties, yes.
Okay, bishop e4 actually very decent move, and indeed, yeah, indeed position is quite complicated here. So he has indeed some options, yeah, some lines to calculate. Indeed. So
And
it's not.
he just played
It's not
rook
over at all,
rook
yes.
e7 just
Yeah.
appeared on the board.
But he was calculating it maybe probably also Rasmus and this time just 1 minute left. That's
How do you,
not
how do
practical.
you, yeah, I was just going to ask you, how do you do in these spots? I mean, before his move, Luke had around 6 or 7 minutes. Do you at some point just force yourself, or how do you deal with these situations?
Yeah, actually, I played against Luke. Okay, I played against him quite a few times, and I think 3 years ago, yeah, we played last time. I think the only game I lost it was the one, and it was also quite irrational, and we were both in time troubles. And in some point, he made a big mistake in a rational position, and I had a very nice option to sack an exchange and the pawn and start a very strong attack. And then I missed the opportunity, and then I lost in a very, actually very complicated endgame as well. But he's the one who always trying to find the best move, Luke. So he is indeed investing a lot of time and energy all the time. So it's not a surprise also for me now.
Would you say it's a good strategy or not very practical?
Okay, I mean,
It's personal for
it's
everyone.
always hard to say because, for instance, Grishuk, like whom I considered like maybe one of the most gifted players and like the one of few players who had had the talent to become world champion. So he was always suffering from time trouble all his life, and yeah, so it seems like it's not an easy task at all to fix this issue for me.
sorry, interrupt you. They just followed our variation.
No, but bishop e4 is
Bishop
very
e4,
obvious, yeah,
yes.
of course.
So it's very interesting.
I think it's so very tense anyway. There are some lines like white can exchange rook d1 at some point after exchange or
Let's say
immediately.
some forcing variation.
Looks indeed.
And we have almost a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I felt. I wanted to say that maybe he will decide that it's too cheap, and he indeed decided to play rook g7.
Yes.
Probably he decided that it's too cheap, although it looks nice actually for white, because
It's not
king
totally
h2,
draw.
king
yeah.
h2, and
we go
and
to
black
attack.
has some weak pawns on that.
Without taking, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
then better structure and maybe.
Okay, it may be draw, but I mean, white can just play without any risk.
It's not happened in the game because rook g7 was played. Protecting
indeed.
knight,
And now
attacking.
it can be very double-edged because again we have two bishops.
Rook g3
This
was
is
played.
again quite typical for Berlin, because in Berlin you have normally this structure. You have
Knight e7 was played.
it was already
It's already on the board. Yes.
on the board. So again,
King b8 would be probably quickly done.
Yeah, I think king b8 is played.
And what he wants to do now?
f3 also
f3. Yes.
looks
Aha,
tempting.
almost trapping the bishop.
Yeah, looks tempting. Yeah.
So bishop d5 in time trouble
Okay.
looks like an only move.
It's equal according to engine, but
To human with no time on the clock.
but okay, I would say that it's easier with black maybe, or rather because black is very active and okay, it's hard to say. I don't know. Maybe a5. I think black is going to play a5 at some point.
Let's say king f1 and
Yeah.
now a5.
With the idea to break the structure, and okay, and white has to decide what to do because
Have to be extremely careful.
it takes a5 not looking good, although maybe possible.
What happened? Yes, something happened.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5 happened. After f3, already he follows our path, but Luke has only seconds on the clock.
30 seconds, still 9 moves to go for each player. But now I mean, if he takes the tension, this crazy tension is slowly coming out of the position, right?
Yeah, it's indeed very interesting to follow.
What happened?
Bishop e5, he
Bishop e5.
decided
To attack maybe here
to
on
escalate
c7.
even more, but okay, this is only one pawn. Even if he will manage to get it, yeah, I'm not sure. Is it really a big deal? Bishop
This is
goes.
one possibility, yeah? Just to go away, not to let the target, and then
Because maybe knight is misplaced.
you cannot move the knight.
The only way to g6.
G6, and then you can even play rook
Yeah, I don't know,
c8.
knight is quite misplaced. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is a strange line. Okay, maybe you
Yeah,
can
what if we go back?
hope to repeat,
Yeah,
but even this is not really so clear. Okay. Yeah, and you said, yes, it's only one pawn, yeah, so it's maybe... so bishop b3, one possibility.
But now Rasmus also going to 1 minute, and what
Yes,
did he?
yes, it's 1 minute for Rasmus.
No, I still didn't play.
Actually, queen a7 also, king a7, sorry, another option, but this is not obvious at all for me.
And if take, then bishop c3, yes?
Yeah.
Just, it reminds me again of your bishops in your game.
Actually, Rasmus went to a8, king a8.
a8, without,
The
to be without
same
check.
idea.
Same idea.
That's maybe a good move in time trouble, yeah? Given
Yeah.
Do you still think this game will end decisively?
Actually,
it's still
I
very
have no
possible,
idea.
yes.
It's possible. All three results are open. But okay,
I think he played king h1, no, king h2. Oh.
But again, King H2 looks really strange.
Because
Now
of
he is-
check, yes?
now he is putting the king under some tactical possibilities.
So I was expecting more King H1 in style, yeah? King H.
Yeah, indeed, according to engine now, just the best time to move the bishop. Yeah.
True, why not?
Because positionally it's good, and also tactically with king on h2.
King H2 strange, yes?
Perfectly justified to move the bishop.
I think Rasmus played
Rook
Rook
E3.
E3. Yeah.
He tries immediately profit from the situation, but how does it go? So knight takes d5, yes.
If I was white, I would take this bishop finally before some problems arise. We
No,
can
but
see
now-
McShane down to 20 seconds.
Now
The
white
players
is,
are a bit nervous.
This endgame, white by no means worse, of course, with such an active rook on g7.
But okay, this
he has
was still
taken on d5.
still the idea. He took on d5, pawn takes d5, and the idea bishop c7, bishop c3. But if not, then I think he will find rook d1 or whatever.
He has to go now.
He has to find this.
Then otherwise not that clear. And now
He has
white-
15 seconds to find it. 15 seconds on the
now
clock.
white is doing clearly fine. I would probably, I would
Yeah,
Yes.
and rook
evaluate
d1
I
played.
would evaluate that white is better, but according to engine it's again equal.
Yes.
Because okay, now
No, I think it is a kind of concrete, yeah, because maybe some liquidation is going on, whatever. But he sees maybe some exchanges of all pawns and things
sure.
are how draw. Or many pawns at least.
drawish tendencies are very well known, of course, in rook endgames.
But,
But yeah, it's still complicated.
but Rasmus simply missed almost like a win, yeah, with bishop b3.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, it looks very nice with two bishops. Bishop b3.
Yes. I think it would be extremely difficult to play like this position, can imagine, in time trouble.
Yes, yes.
Bah. Everything hangs and what to do.
So Rasmus takes on e5.
Yes, now it is draw, yeah? Okay, objectively it is draw.
It's playable, yeah. But
And they make several moves quickly, I guess, yeah? Rook takes a3. Yeah, they're following our...
yeah, they're
Yeah,
about c6 now. He decided to
Not yet,
defend
yeah?
everything.
Okay, he played c6. Okay, c6 is still fine, yeah?
Yes.
I will very quickly switch to the Deak game to see did they make the time control. Maybe we go there
Let's
now,
go
suddenly
there.
in this
Let's
position.
go there, because now they also have time trouble. Everything is...
Both
handled.
under a minute, Deak on 34 seconds, and Erwin under a minute, still five moves to play for Erwin, four for Deak.
But less concrete and okay, there's still blockade and opposite colored bishops and okay, maybe. G6 was played. No, okay.
Yeah, okay, probably evaluation is about the same, yeah. So,
Meaning that white
Yes.
is pressing a bit, or
Jack has
okay,
only
not
seconds,
really.
but
I would evaluate that
Exactly.
it's more or less balanced. But yeah, I mean, maybe only white who can fight now, because okay, white now white more or less well coordinated. King is relatively safe, but okay, this is opposite colored bishop, and black has c5 square, very nice square for either bishop or knight. And
did Erwin play it? I was thinking, I don't know.
he's
Erwin
thinking
is
he's down to
thinking.
30 seconds now.
yeah.
Yes.
But I think he played Queen C6.
Okay. It's not really clear why and what he wants to do on the white squares. Yes.
Yeah, so after rook b3 I was tempting to change an order of minor pieces. I mean, bishop somewhere and then knight on to c5.
What happened now?
Bishop e2.
Okay, nothing happened. Just
I think these players will be very happy to make the time control.
Yeah.
yes, but
They were under pressure for so long.
Look so calm anyway to me.
Well, there Kievan, as always, was getting up after the board, from the board even with only
Sure.
39 seconds.
Now tempting to play something like bishop a7, and then probably white cannot take the pawn queen c5.
Yeah, but this is a complicated move.
Yeah, complicated, not for the time troubles. Yeah.
Better just maybe bishop f8
Yeah.
and
Because bishop e7, of course, more solid. Because bishop a7, of course, it's not the way.
It's risky business.
Yeah.
So 2 moves to make each.
They are probably okay. I would say maybe they would play draw. Would be
Yeah.
nice.
Today could be a very peaceful day, potentially, in the Grand Prix.
Finally, that doesn't look peaceful to me. Should we revisit quickly, Dmitry?
Yeah,
I think
actually,
they probably made the time control now, I think.
Yeah, it seems like Dania managed to coordinate everything.
Shouldn't we watch the last move of the time control?
Yes, let us see what happened because.
No, I mean the last move of the other game because they didn't make the time control yet, no?
Okay. Let's
I think we
go.
should
Which
stay
one?
until the one we came from there,
Yeah.
just to stay some more seconds until
Okay,
they made.
let us see what is going on. But there is nothing would be happening actually. Queen d1, it's like.
Okay, but Irvin has 1 second, at least according.
But what about?
I know he made a move.
Yeah, about
He probably made it already.
Luke game because I think Luke.
Luke is
one,
the most interesting. Yes.
But is it?
Something happened.
At first I thought black is blundered, but a5, b5, rook c3. Yeah, wow. I thought.
You mean a checkmate is
I
coming?
thought he blundered at a5, b5, and then.
But how it is happened? Because it is a move of the time of Luke is running.
actually-
I don't understand. Something is what happened. There was a move.
He missed a5. Yeah.
He didn't play a5. He played
Yeah.
rook with idea b6.
He was not.
He was in huge time
He
trouble.
was not in time to calculate. Yeah.
Yes, but that, let us show what happened because we left it in the moment which we thought about equal after c6, and white sharpened the position with h4, rook d4, check, and that was a plan which Rasmus probably missed.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and he was in time trouble, last seconds or whatever.
And the 5
It was actually his last
but
move.
a5 was
Looks like
a
a winner.
great move.
Because I thought b5, b5 is the move, but yeah, also I didn't see it beforehand. Actually, even d4 also.
Also
works.
possible, yes.
Yeah, I didn't see this idea
To hit
to
c5.
attack the main pawn. Yeah. Yeah, after rook c3 looks like absolutely winning for black.
Yes, because white sacrificed actually everything to checkmate,
Yeah, all
whatever, and if it's not, then
All flank disappears. Just simply.
that doesn't make much sense. Yeah, but it worked. Yeah, this bluffing worked.
But
because
Luke was very lucky that it was move 40. I mean, it was just the last move.
Yeah, absolutely.
just a few seconds probably for Rasmus, and he missed
And now after rook e7, we're back into drawing.
Let us see what is going on, because it should be very forced, yes? B5 now?
I think it's anyway.
B5, otherwise
playable,
two
yeah.
checks, and now...
I can give you checks, and rook b6, it looks scary a little bit for black. But yeah, seems like holdable because of king e7. Yeah, now it looks a bit scary, but yeah, probably black is okay.
What a game this has been now.
Yeah, this is roller coaster.
Yes. Okay, now we can go. Let's go to Dimitri and check in how.
Let's check Dimitri, but probably not so much checking, but just to show what happened. What happened to show our audience. Yes, it was very interesting moment when we left the game.
Yeah, so it was.
Queen takes g6
he
was
decided
played.
to go there, yeah.
Yes, we thought about queen check and queen c3, exchange it. He went for queen g6, very brave. Queen b5, queen e6 check, king b8, that was a plate, knight f4. Check. Is it still our variation, or
no,
is it a game?
He made this check, which is not accurate, probably. They repeated, yeah.
Okay, you're probably right. There was a possibility like queen c4 here, but it's not what happened.
No, but this is what he played after, because they repeated. Anyway, they achieved
queen
this
c4,
position.
so they came.
Seems like queen f1, big mistake. Yeah.
Okay, that was one of the old variations.
Yeah, somehow it's a bit strange.
Queen b3 with idea knight c4.
That's so obvious, yeah. That's obvious.
And he had already made the time control at this point, yeah.
There's not clear why not. Yes, why not?
Why he refused? There is no.
Okay, he may be afraid of something like this.
Maybe, yeah.
And you need to calculate it.
Yeah, probably this line he didn't calculate.
Maybe something, no idea too. Maybe something escaped his attention, or
Bishop c1.
Bishop c1, knight a3.
Yeah, it's indeed not so obvious.
Not so straightforward at all, no.
Not so obvious, although, yeah.
Could be found, yeah.
Anyway, white is in danger now. Black king is unsafe.
So what happened here, it's actually already after time control. Already after time control, so he had time, but nevertheless failed to.
Yeah, but after
play
this, after queen f1, it was not over yet. Also, yeah, he made the mistake after also, I guess. Yeah. Okay, he had a chance to repeat. Yeah.
Well, if it is really repetition, but to go to queen c4.
Yeah, again, to try to get to the same position, but okay, of course it's not easy now to confess mistake and so on. But okay, queen h1.
And here the problem is also it has maybe some other options now. Yeah, so
of course white is better, but okay, this position
still difficult.
Really far. Really far from easy to convert, because
many
king is so unsafe, yeah. So, but okay, queen h1
happened.
It doesn't look good at all, because okay, now he's losing the steam at all. And
doesn't need an invitation to put it on a2. Yeah.
So he lost all steam, and then now it's
lost coordination.
It's over now. White, who is actually better placed according to piece coordination and also 2 extra pawn. I guess it's clearly more than enough.
Yes.
We had some moves here. I'm sorry, queen c2 was played, queen e7, G5 is going on. Yes, I think it's
now
started
it's
to
just
be
over.
very desperate now.
Yeah, and we can see on the camera the disappointment on Dimitri's face. I mean, he knows that he was in control of this game. He was at some point.
He was better clearly. Yeah, in the middle of the game, he was clearly better. Like fantastic version of Queen's Indian, and then something happened. Yeah, he started to miss. I guess very often some opportunities, I guess.
Well, he missed this or allowed this G5 and attack on F6. It was already a huge step in the wrong direction.
Well, I'll go soon. Maybe one last look at Deak against Erwin Lamy. And
do we have any changes in the situation? Actually,
not really.
Not
maybe.
so much.
Maybe just very slight, but not really.
Not really.
Evaluation
It was just moving.
So it seems like this is the most balanced game without a big volatility, let's say.
Also, they reach time control. They have enough time. Okay. We have, the last look at Svane and McShane. They're still thinking. Still thinking.
Although it's not so clear what else he can do on the rook f8.
Yes.
so this line that we were looking at.
B5. Actually, b5.
Oh.
b5 is very interesting option. Yeah.
That's a tricky, yes.
Yeah, b5 I didn't see. Is it the only way to play b6? No, but b5, this is...
this is alternative.
This is I guess what Svane surely missed, yeah, but b6, luckily enough, I guess.
We just show why it is not possible to take on b5. Simply rook attacks, checkmate, and now c6.
It's incredible.
And very funny situation.
Yeah, b5, it's a nice move, yeah.
Oh, the crazy line.
And black has to play b6, and then you would wonder how it is possible to have such a position. Yes.
Like in some study. Yeah.
Well, Pavel, I think we're going to let you go. Just one final question. What is coming next for you after this Dortmund tournament?
Yeah, and then I'm going to go to Chennai. I'll be coaching the Georgian team and
a legendary women's team.
Yeah. So looking forward also, because normally, as I said before, I'm more like full-time coach. So we will see in which direction I'm better.
Well, you started here not so bad as a player. So yeah, congrats on your great start. Thank you for coming by, and of course, best of luck with the rest of the tournament and in Chennai. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck in the tournament.
And we will also go on a break now. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. And for a little bit was confused for a second because Pavel has left, so it's only the two of us. Soon we'll be zooming into our camera. And well, Arthur, we have just made the time control.
Yes, and actually I'm a little bit irritated by zero time of Luke.
I think it's always
like this after 40 moves.
Until they make a move that the time is
until he
reset.
makes. I hope that he just had time, but not.
Well, he made it with no time, but we know that the time control is made at 6:40, so we know that he spent roughly 18 minutes, I would say. So already he only has just over 10 minutes remaining.
Yes, because here actually it is also interesting position because Pavel mentioned there is an interesting possibility, not only obvious move rook f2 f8 with a threat of checkmate, but also very funny move b5, very funny move. And we looked at c takes b5 with rook f8 and b6, c6 followed by checkmate. And a takes b5 would be met by rook f8, threatening checkmate, and we are losing the whole rook. Here also not a good idea, and we lose it all, of course, in most convenient
The good thing
way.
for Luke is he can spend as long as he wants, basically, because I think he has a draw anyway if he wants it with rook f8, right?
Yes, but here after b5, b6, he should be a little bit careful, because he still has to see that he is not risking. So I was checking some active possibility, for example, rook f to f8. Now it will be losing, because black simply takes a pawn. And there is no compensation.
And actually, Luke has just gone rook f8, probably spending a lot of time on this line, but deciding
for the safer option. And now black has to be careful at this moment because b5, of course, only move. And it was already, of course, prepared by Rasmus. He could use the time of Luke, who has actually now 9 minutes, so not so much time. So the time jumped also on our board.
Can white actually force a draw? There is no perpetual, right?
Not clear to me how to force it, but we can just continue attack as we analyzed, check, and rook b6. So it looks like very reasonable suggestion. King d7, practically only move. Don't know if there is a technically. It's not only. It is only move. And now rook a7. And king goes to e8. Now this position, maybe one possibility to force the draw is to try to repeat it, because it doesn't make so much sense for black to avoid the drawing in this position. So that is kind of repetition which would end this game with some benefit for both players who will share the point.
But once again, I mean, what a fascinating day of chess, and it's been here in Dortmund. Maybe we can quickly go to Friedman if that game is still going, because I suspect it will be over. Well, it's actually, in fact, already over.
It is over, it finished. We showed the last moves of the game. Unfortunately for Dmitry, who had such a good position, he went here, somewhere here. He went for the wrong continuation.
Yes.
Okay, it's already became not easy, difficult, but at least he had here some initiative and some counter chances after queen b3, and he decided to run after the pawn, and that was not a good decision. Not a good decision, because pawn, he won a pawn, but he lost the coordination of the pieces, and even worse, his opponent got coordination of the pieces and 2 extra pawns. So the position became hopeless for black, and it was a matter of technique for Daniel, who has, of course, plenty of technique, which he demonstrated with, for example, with this move, restricting the black's options, attacking the knight. Bishop e5 was a funny trick, just a funny move, because we can't take the knight because of the check.
That's very nice.
That's very nice, but it is more just to deliver some pleasure for us, for commentators. Just also showing how brilliant is Dmitry. That you can invent such an ideas. But of course, white has different moves. Just played bishop d2, protecting the square. What happened? Knight takes f3, queen takes f3. Now check is not working because of king c1, and by doing this, I think that Dmitry just did it just to explain what was intended. That's queen h7. That is a friendly way to show some possibilities in the position, and here he resigned.
Yes. Yeah, heartbreaking game for Dmitry, who really had a nice position, but Friedman defended tenaciously, and when he got his chance, he used it.
Just let us quickly, because we have this opportunity, let me quickly show the critical moment, in my opinion, in the game when it turned out that it turned to advantage. That was the moment which we discussed, moment about queen c8. Yeah? So in this, before this, Dmitry played a flawless game, very nice. But here he somehow lost the initiative with the move queen c8, and white could play d5, opening the diagonal for the bishop. And later, it is still okay, this position, but already nothing special for black. He made the next mistake with bishop c5 and giving the f4 square for the queen. He got into trouble, into difficult situation. Instead, we suggested the possibility b5 here in this moment. Instead of queen c8, he could bring the queen in different weight into the game without allowing this d5 in such a favorable circumstances. Now let us move to this Diak game.
Yes.
Let us move to Diak game.
So it feels like the situation hasn't changed.
Not dramatically, but a little bit.
A few moves, yeah. Let's
see. Few moves. I think we left it about this moment where both players were in time trouble. And actually, we don't need to understand the moves because there's not so much to understand, and just time trouble. The players want to make the time control.
Yes. Because they were in time trouble for a long time.
And so the moves like shuffling pieces a little bit, but actually Diak was shuffling them slightly better than his opponent. Choosing the chance now to pin. But that's already actually move 43, so they should have time. Maybe Erwin was not careful. So he went into the spin.
So probably decided to go back to defend.
he had to do something. Yes, he had to do something. And now, at least White can say that he achieved exchange of the rook.
Yeah.
So then he can continue to play this position.
Yes.
Yeah? Before it was not very clear what he can do, yeah? But now he can safely play it. Yeah? So let us see what is going on.
And I guess Erwin should keep the queens on the board.
That is interesting, yes, because otherwise it's still not maybe lost otherwise, but maybe White can attack a3 or bring the king in the game. Yeah? So taking with bishop is a kind of safe choice, or safer choice. But what about pawn a3? Fortunately, we still have queen a7. What about knight d4? Fortunately, we have moved knight a4, but that's
a
actually
lot of only and very narrow path.
Very narrow now. So what we can say that White made some progress and defense is possible, but not so simple. Knight c5 was played, and Diak is thinking.
All right, he just took on d8.
Yes, because actually we couldn't find any other move which makes much sense. So rook takes d8, and we expect black to take maybe with bishop. Alvor, I'm not sure if queen takes d8 loses, for example. That would be maybe too much. But bishop it's better to take with bishop. Even in this case, there is some slight danger in the position because Erwin did not maneuver so well in this stage. Then we thought nothing happens, and it did not play careful enough.
And, well, maybe we can have a quick look at the endgame between Luke McShane and Rasmus Svane.
Because something seems to be happening there.
So Luke didn't go rook a8, he played instead f4.
Which is, okay, possible move. And the answer of Svane, okay, looks also very serious. Yeah. It looks to me that there is no more than kind of repetition, which could be probably did in a different ways. Yes. Yeah? So, for example, check. Now something like maybe rook d8 and have a perpetual. So most likely we will see some kind of repetition of the moves.
Yeah, and I think Luke, I feel in the end he was looking for something.
He even got a chance, actually. He even got a chance, but overall he should be very happy with the draw. Yes. Yeah? Because Rasmus had advantage almost the most part of the game, and in couple of positions I would think that he was even winning. So he was much closer to win this game than Luke.
I think so, I agree. Also, Luke, I think this game will now very soon end in a draw because Luke is down to 6 minutes on the clock. So there is only so much more time that he can spend.
Yes, there were no checks yet, or no repetition. No. So he has a different construction to force a draw.
Yes.
And it makes perfect sense to me, actually, to do it, not to.
For sure. Okay, so shall we go back to the other game? I will keep an eye on this one in case the repetition appears on the horizon, which I think it will, but We see Ervin there on the screen just walking by. Ervin is looking quite relaxed. He took with the bishop on the 8.
Yes. Okay, that's a good choice. And I just remind our line that was with queen before, going after this pawn. We may try to do something different, or maybe do it from different perspective. Let's say queen to e3. Still black can defend the pawn and control everything. Let us see, all of a sudden we decided to attack on the other side, h5. Okay, black position looks stable. White can put the pawn on h6, but that's hardly a big achievement. So what Dirk is thinking, maybe how to use also this king side to maybe to some advantage, maybe to create some play here. Not easy task. No, not easy task. Black can also show that he has some
Yeah, if black
counter chance.
suddenly gets to this a2 pawn, I mean the pawn on a3
Yes,
is very far
yes.
advanced.
Yes. Okay, I actually I didn't blunder anything. I just sacrificed it. Fortunately. And bishop is handing, f4 is handing. But it is something what Dirk may try to do, may try to prepare. Actually, we have a moves in McShane game.
Okay, let's go back. So in the McShane game, he gave these checks. And now, well, we were
And now
expecting
we
maybe
expect
rook
to move
d8.
maybe rook d8 just to clarify the
Seal
situation.
the deal.
Yes, because it's not make much sense to do something else. Let's say we can check rook b2, rook e2, check, and king c8. And we cannot take on c6 because king b8, and we will repeat the moves like this. Still draw. So this is another way. He chose to play rook h8. This is, of course, very normal, but it would lead to the same situation because threat is rook a7 checkmate, so king b7 would be played. It just puts maybe a little bit small problems that black shouldn't play for a win, let's say because of f5.
Yes.
No?
Yes, that would be,
It would be
unfortunate.
big mistakes,
Yes.
but king b7 I think already played, so we expect a repetition of the moves and draw, which means so far that we have a new leader
Luke
at the
McShane.
moment. Yes, okay, let
wait.
them finish this struggle, just repeat the moves, and I don't think that there is a better finish.
Yeah,
And
Luke
here
is
goes.
also down to 4 minutes.
Yes, but
there's just nothing.
also he should really be
Yes.
not complain.
Yes.
He shouldn't complain about draw in this game. He had a very small chance at one moment of the game, but actually Rasmus defended very well,
Yes.
and in most of the game Rasmus had excellent chances.
Yeah, in fact, I think Rasmus will be the one who's more disappointed.
True, because he can really be upset that he missed the win. Yeah.
So 3.5 minutes now for Luke. He is, of course, very ambitious. He's still looking if there's any way he can play on, but just does not look. Oh, f5.
And he did.
It's not the end yet.
And he did found the move, but it still doesn't matter. Yeah?
Yes.
Let's say black plays rook e2, and what can we do? We just keep checking the king. Keep checking the king. King cannot go to E line, and so it would be the same. So I don't know why Luke was playing it, but just wanted to show the move f5. There is no danger, of course. Sorry about this move. So he just played f5.
But I think Luke is also ready to, I mean, he's under no illusion. The way he's sitting back, he knows this game will be over.
No, it will be draw,
in
yes.
the next
It will be draw.
couple of moves.
Yes. But it's just funny way to to do it. That's what I want to say. Funny way to do it.
Yeah, I think Rasmus is just double and triple checking that he is not getting checkmated after rook e2.
No way. No way, but he will be.
And then
He will get perpetual check, yes. I don't know the word for making perpetual check.
I don't think there is. Rasmus, of course, still has plenty of time. He barely used any time after the time control. Is he ready yet to play rook e2? How long do you think? Or do you think he might play anything else?
Well,
Only rook
so what else? He can also try to play something like this. Now, if it makes sense, probably not so much sense, yes. So we can do it maybe this way. But because of the provocation of Luke, yeah, okay, maybe he wants to say, okay, if you don't want draw, I can maybe try also something.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want it either. Yeah? So he has 20 minutes. He's maybe thinking about this, trying to escape this perpetual construction, and he's not really going to do it, but...
yeah, he can think about it at least.
yes, but he can think about it.
Okay, let's quickly go to the other game. And I will keep an eye here that we don't miss anything.
Yes,
So
yes.
we'll go back to Deak against Lamy.
And okay, it was rook e2 was played. I
Rook
see.
e2 was played. No, I don't see.
No. I see it on my computer and think that it was played. Not yet. So he is still thinking. Okay, let us. Yeah, okay. Also showing maybe some character.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
You don't want draw? Okay, I don't.
And then
want
I will also think.
Yes, I will think. Something different happened in the game. Queen d6 was tried.
But, let's see. Okay, Queen d6.
Okay, very interesting.
So I guess once again that we probably don't want the queen exchange. Oh, but
Actually, I'm
Frozen.
I'm
Yes.
frozen a little bit, so I can't use my.
No, okay.
For some reasons, I can't use it now. My computer.
Okay, I think in the meanwhile, probably we can just analyze on my computer.
Yes,
I think
also
it will make
to see
more
what is
sense.
going on.
Okay. Oi.
No, not working so easily. Not so
Let me-
easy. But
Okay,
okay,
we're not
we
touched.
see. Yes, there is some possibilities. Yeah, just to take maybe.
So if we take, so if you're watching us now, the board at the top will be our analysis board. We will also come
Yes.
and maybe we will soon take a short break to see if we can unfreeze. But let's just have a quick look at what's going on here. So if we take,
And attack. Yeah. Left. Okay.
Here?
Yes, yeah. Okay. Nothing is working.
Ah, no, it is working. Okay, so what's going on in this endgame?
We can try maybe to attack it immediately, knight e4.
And okay, it's already not so easy. Impossible to defend actually, because
Difficult to defend, yes.
If
But if
c5
let's show the d7, just to see that we are not missing it. Knight c5, knight e5, for example.
and then king comes.
We should be careful not to miss knight c6. So we
that
have
is
no
true.
bishop,
Yes.
bishop b6.
So bishop b6. What did I do actually? I even did take the queen. I think that we are heading also for a draw here, in fact.
Yes,
I will stick with the live position so that people can see it, but
he took and played knight e4.
Exactly,
And
and
white
c5.
played c5 at tempo. So that what was intended.
on
Or he played different. He took
Yeah.
and played king f8, yes. Okay, also makes sense.
Yes.
It also makes sense, a lot of sense actually, because king is
Will
active
come.
piece, will come to e8, and yeah, that
Oh,
that
and we
also.
can very quickly go back to the other game between McShane, because I think we'll see a handshake there
Yes,
right
yes,
now.
we just
we just
already. We're just in
just
time
in
to.
time to see them before they leave.
Yes.
And we see the two players in a big discussion after a very interesting game.
Yes, yes, but of course, I think Luke should be happy. Yeah,
Yes, yes, I agree.
I wouldn't say lucky, but
No. No, I
it
think
was not. He also fought well, but Rasmus really missed a chance or two in this game. So let us see what left. Yeah.
So what's left? Well, I think today could be our first peaceful day of the tournament. Maybe we can check if this is working with the touchpad.
True, but I think I'm
think it's
still
frozen.
freezing for no
I think
reasons
anyway
at all.
that this day will not last so much longer, because how do you think White can put up a big fight still?
At least my computer already refuses
Just to
refuses to fight. So how to prevent black from
Coming with the
coming and attacking the pawns? Yeah? That's a very big question.
Okay, I guess we want to somehow improve this knight. Or where does this knight want to be? Can we try and go for the pawn on a3 somehow?
Okay, then knight d4, yes? So, okay,
Knight
let us see knight d4. This is something. King e8. Knight b5, yes? Very good. Okay, so that of
That's
course
something, at least.
that can go forever, yes?
Yes. So what
But
will happen
black
here?
would not lose it, yeah? Even this position, yeah? Because it is
Can we just take the
king
pawn?
takes. Yes, I think this ending should be holdable.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're right, it will go.
But it will go for many moves. So that maybe give me a chance to unfreeze my computer at some stage. But for some reason my program is not responding to anything, to any.
I think what we can do, since the players still have a little bit of time on the clock, and I think this game will go on for a bit longer, I think we can go to a quick break, maybe.
Okay, let's do very small break, and then I hope that I will repair.
Yeah, so we'll come
this.
back very shortly in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere, and we'll cover this last game between Deak and Ergonomy. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. Back to look at the final stages of this endgame between Deák and Lamy, and you haven't missed much because they went down our line.
Yes, knight d4, and Erwin played king e8. So that's what happened. So, and actually Deák thinks very intensively, but it looks like our line was good, and there's not so many things he can do.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But just maybe to run after the pawn, because otherwise black is ready to attack the pawn anyway.
Exactly.
Yes, and here we have the situation where white can take the pawn on a3 and black can take the pawn on d6, which objectively didn't change much. Black should be able to hold this position, but white can try for some time.
Yes, for a long time.
For a long time.
But Bogdan has not so much time on the clock, only 4 minutes. And I think Erwin, I mean, he is such an experienced player. I don't think that Bogdan will be able to cause too many problems, actually.
No. It's also very difficult for me to imagine other result as a draw. But we should probably go a little bit deeper and explain why it looks like a draw to me. Black is pawn down. Even in this case, after knight takes a3, king takes d6, it will be also extra pawn for white. But both passed pawns are very nicely blocked. One with bishop, another with knight. There is no way for white king to enter the position with some threats, so I cannot imagine it. And the main problem is, of course, opposite colored bishop. So if white will exchange knights, the position in most of the cases would be simple draw. So not so many ideas actually here how to break through. I think that Erwin looks very confident in the moment. So
Also very focused. And Deák, we haven't seen him sit at the board for so long.
Deák played h5, understandable move, maybe to speculate a little bit on the king side. We were talking about this idea maybe to create some weakness on the king side or to push pawn till h6. But okay, so what is going on now? If black simply attacks the pawn, so it's not really so much to do. I somehow don't believe in move h6 because it only puts the pawn, and black could attack it. Yes. So it doesn't seems to be a serious idea. So that means that black can safely attack the pawn. But Erwin is still thinking. Yes, still thinking.
But knight e4 seems to make a lot of sense.
Knight e4 is a very normal move, but I guess that is probably not the only way to play this position.
Wow, look at this computer suggestion. Knight
b3. Yes, that is a funny move, yes. If you want to have more fun in chess, then you have to play such moves, yes.
That's crazy. So, of course, white cannot take the knight because after e2, the pawn is unstoppable. But what if white just takes on a3? The idea is that we go to c1, I guess.
Yes, the idea is knight c1, and
it would be very funny if
pick up some other pawns. Of course, this is very spectacular move, but I doubt that.
No, Erwin just played f5.
Okay, this is actually also some decision. Let us see what does it mean. f5. First of all, he's not afraid. No? He's not afraid of any h6 business. Second, he wants to put the bishop on f6 and to have some kind of fortress. Third, so what white is doing. And Erwin can just walk, one pawn after another, exchanging some pieces and some pawns and being closer to the draw. Anyway, this is a possible move. So not harm is done.
And time is ticking for Dirk. Under 3 minutes now for the rest of the game.
Okay, we can follow maybe the most obvious track. Now check and king d7. Question how to break, where to break remains. I don't see too many breaks
the answer
possibilities.
Remains very hard to find.
Very hard to find. And here he can exchange one more pawn. Yeah. He can exchange if he wants. Yes. He can also play more active move, maybe g4. It's very difficult to make a progress on the queen side.
Actually, Dirk took himself on h6 first.
Okay, that is also, of course, a normal possibility. We put the position what we have. So after the move f5, white simply took on g6. Would be taken back. Don't know why it is not there. Don't.
Yeah, but he has captured already. I also don't see it, but
I simply don't see it.
Yeah, I think it's just taking some seconds, but we can see that Bogdan's clock is running, and now Bogdan has also captured on a3.
Yes, we have some delay here on the turn.
I think now it's back to normal.
And okay, black would take on d6. It all goes towards this drawish ending, where black has extremely solid fortress, and with tendency also to reduce the material if necessary, and it should be a rather easy, manageable position.
And what is... Okay, the king is going back, I think, to
d7,
as expected. And now what will Bogdan try? Bishop f3?
Well, okay, this move is possible, but what is changing? Black would play g5. Yes, so just g5, and actually this kind of important that black would get rid of the possible weakness on g6, because let us imagine that white plays knight to d4, and if black maybe waits too much, maybe knight f3, knight e5 is coming. But in any case, I think black would play g5. Reducing number of pawns is a good idea. Also, if you want to put the pawn further. So, yeah, that looks very close to clear draw. Bishop f3 was played, yes? Okay.
And Erwin is still thinking, but
Bishop
he
has
just played g5.
Yes, yes. No, but this is not an indication of winning plan or whatever.
No.
I think he knew that there is nothing you can do. How did he play g4? Okay, this is not an offering draw, but
close.
Very close to being the case.
And yeah, Erwin has captured. Bishop takes. And the material is getting fewer
less and less,
fewer, yes.
less and less material
yes.
here. So there is different options how to play, how to make a draw. So one of the ideas that could be important here, that actually exchange of the knights would lead to a simple draw. So something like, let's say, bishop f6 could be considered. Let's say we put the knight on c3. And that's how we can make a draw, yeah, for example.
Yes, very nice. Yes. This looks very effective. And I think Erwin has just played bishop f6.
Usually it's not a great sign that anybody repeats moves, but I think in this case
it should be safe.
It should be safe enough, yes. We're reaching the position with opposite colored bishops, and I think that this is a kind of silent draw offer. Yeah.
So let's see, Erwin still has time on the clock, but he has been playing this endgame very confidently. And he knows, of course, that the draw is now just within reach.
And that is actually good for Erwin, I think, to hold it
Yes, for
black
sure.
pieces, to come back to the tournament,
Yes.
basically, and to settle down. Okay, very unfortunate first game. Yes, I think he's doing what I was suggesting.
Knight a4. Threatening knight c3. Is there any way white can still avoid it?
I don't think so. So that's what actually happening. Yeah. King e3, knight c3. It will be a draw.
And also, it's funny, there is always an indication for the players when the draw is close. It means that the arbiter, when the arbiter shows up,
We have very good arbiter with a lot of
He knows.
understanding
Yes.
of chess. Yeah. He was a very good player himself at his active time, so he can perfectly well understand that.
maybe in the next days we need to give him an indication of where the cameras are.
I think it is now. Yeah?
I think they should. And it's hard to see because he's blocking, unfortunately. He's doing his job too well.
But blocking us is.
I don't know, but
No,
there's
Diak
still-
is playing, still
there's
playing
still
knight d4, but okay, that's. You cannot trap the knight here, so let's say we exchange it.
Yes.
Just take the knight and take on a2, yeah, and that's another way to make a draw. Yeah.
So, Erwin still thinking, but I think he will just take the knight. And today will be our first day. We had so much action, but today 3 draws in the Grand Prix.
Yes, in the Grand Prix, all draws in Grand Prix, and only one decisive game. But actually, we were a little bit unlucky. There could be a resulting game between
Yes.
Rasmus and Luke.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
I mean, even yeah. And all games were. I mean, just because they are draws doesn't mean that they are not interesting. I think all 3 games were had very interesting moments. And tomorrow is the last day for the players before they all get a rest day. So I expect tomorrow to see one more time a full-out fight.
Almost all, but we will
But
have
not
a
us.
game. Yes, and we will have a
I
game.
meant the Grand Prix players. They
Yes,
will all have
yes.
a break. But yeah, we will be here because the game between Vishy Anand and Kollars, and I think I thought once again.
I think he took it.
He took, yeah. I was thinking
Yes.
that he put the kings, but no. Erwin did take, and he will now take on a2.
Yes.
And the handshake is close
Very close, actually. It's already time to
go home.
to shake hands and to
Yes.
congratulate each other with a nice game.
Yes. Yeah, very fighting game in between the two players. But they are still filling in the new score sheet. The new score sheet that is going to be used only for maybe 2 or 3 moves. Now, if I was Dirk, I don't like to start the new score sheet for no. I would
No, this,
make a draw before I'm
but
60
he started it, yes. He took on
But it's
different.
also difficult because they cannot really offer a draw. So they should say to arbiter, can we make a draw to avoid the second score sheet? But no, on a serious note, Erwin took the pawn on a2.
Yes, we don't see it on our transmission, but we see it on the board. Yes. I don't see the move king c5. What was the move?
King c5.
Looks like king c5. Okay. It is very difficult to trap the knight,
Yes.
and he can go to c3 now. We can try to trap the knight by putting bishop on f3. But the problem is, after king c7, let us see that situation almost trapping the knight, but he can even go to d5.
Yes, that's very nice.
Probably that's the line what Diak wants to see.
Yes.
Something,
And then,
something a little bit nice.
yes, a nice touch.
And otherwise, of course, it's not a real challenge for. He has different moves as well. So.
Yes, but Erwin is also doing something which I think is again a great lesson for anyone watching. He's focused until the very end. I mean, he will hold this to a draw, in his sleep, but still he's not losing focus. He's making sure nothing is missed until the last moment.
True, that's a good, very good approach. Yeah, that's definitely worth to copy.
And now he's about to make a move.
And he has some time,
Yes.
okay, so don't rush, just be sure that you are not confused and that you hold the draw.
And king c7 is his move.
It's not a bad move at all, yeah, true. So it basically doesn't matter if bishop takes the pawn and knight is coming out. That's almost
Maybe
as simple as anything else. So you can also go to c1 and then to
they
check.
can go anywhere, yes.
It just wants to be sure that
The king is not getting...
c-pawn is not
Yes.
getting anywhere. So yes, very accurate defending.
Yes. Yeah, now we're really into the last moments here. As well, it's hard to see what would Bogdan do other than take on e6. And he did take the pawn. And now I think just any...
No, he went to
he
f3.
didn't.
He played bishop f3.
Okay.
So now we are to my line, yeah?
Yes.
Back to my line,
Yes.
knight, let's say knight c3.
c3.
And if king b4, then we can play. knight d5, for example, but it's not.
It's a very nice way to force the draw. Okay, Erwin goes to c1.
Also okay, yes, of course. Yes. Accurate defending anyway. Nothing can happen. You can't trap the knight. No?
Yes.
So game is.
Erwin is thinking no need to be fancy.
No. It's actually a very clever way to take it simple, yes.
Yes, and the king goes back to d4, I believe, but now I think knight b3.
Yes.
And the knight will be out.
Draw would be inevitable. Since they can't offer a draw, then they have a little difficulties.
Yes, but I think Erwin now on his way to take the pawn finally. And there it is. The next move will come with a handshake as the final knight. The knight will be captured. Actually, no handshake yet. We still have to get rid of the last
pawn. Yes.
Okay, now.
Okay, very pretty.
A fight until the very end. I mean, what can we say? A very fighting round today in the Germany Grand Prix, ending in 3 draws, which means that Luke McShane is the new leader on 2.5. Not because Pavel Elianov lost today, but because he was here in the studio with us. Well, actually, I don't even know. Is this round, is it counted or not? Is it 0 points or is it 1 point?
No. It is,
it's 0, yes?
He didn't play. No, Luke has more points. But at some stage, he would also visit us.
Yes,
and
he will also.
And that is an opportunity for Pavel to catch him.
Strike.
Or to strike, yes.
And then in the NC World Masters, we had Vishy's debut. Vishy held Mickey Adams to a very solid draw with the black pieces. And in the other game, we had a win for Daniel Friedman over Dmitry Kollars.
Yes, a little bit unfortunate for Dmitry to start. And he actually played well at the beginning, but then somehow lost the touch and lost initiative as well.
Yes. And well, I think that concludes our show for today. Tomorrow we will be back, same place, same time with 5 new games. So do join us at 3 p.m. Central European Summertime. And until then, all the best.
Have a nice evening.
Bye-bye.